The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 5th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Michael Cloud to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allotted between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
My remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many years ago, there was a rule adopted called the Holman rule. What it allows is the arbitrary and capricious cutting of a salary if you don't agree with what the person does. It is somewhat like if the Speaker of the House, who didn't like a vote of one of the members, could cut their salary to $1. Now, there are a number of citizens who would probably like that, but the fact it would be unfair, capricious, and undermining of our democracy. Punishing someone for a difference of opinion is the antithesis of American democracy. For years, however, Republicans have made it their policy to vilify federal workers. The Holman rule is their tool of choice. They use it as an instrument of political vengeance to cut the salaries of specific federal officials who don't share their partisan agenda. Not for misfeasance, malfeasance, but because they didn't agree. In the past 2 months, Republicans used the Holman rule to advance 64 amendments targeting individual federal workers. 55 of those were voted on. 2 were withdrawn, and all 53 were defeated. What it is essentially pandering to their right wing, to allow their right wing to pretend that they're doing policy. Every one of them has been defeated by over 250 votes. They wasted over 9 hours of floor time on these pointless amendments, time that we could and should have spent funding our government, time that we should have spent funding Ukraine, our ally, who is under siege from a dictator who has broken international law, and yet we vote on reducing salaries to $1. How capricious. They're about settling political vendettas. It's sheer, petty, and irrational political posturing. Among those federal officials singled out were the FDA officials tasked with ensuring the safety of America's medicine and food. There was no finding that they weren't doing that properly. It was just because they didn't like the policy. Others were federal employees who administered crucial food assistance programs and other services upon which American people rely. Republicans also took, Mr. Speaker, aim at DOD, Homeland Security, cybersecurity, and infrastructure security agencies. These men and women are in charge of promoting military readiness, gathering vital intelligence, and protecting our national security. There were no arguments that they weren't performing those services. It was that Republicans didn't like the policies. Trying to eliminate their pay signals to America and to the world that their essential work, their services, doesn't matter. It also displays the answer to what Chip Roy of Texas said, that the Republicans have not done anything. Chip Roy, a Republican, conservative. Republicans attack federal employees only to advance extreme policies that are out of step with the American people, from restricting reproductive care to undermining diversity and inclusion efforts. Their vindictive behavior is nothing new. In 2017, House Republicans tried using the Holman rule to eliminate 1/3 of the Congressional Budget Office's staff, a nonpartisan, impartial agency. Why? Because they didn't like the scores their bills were receiving. They didn't say they were wrong. What they said, they didn't like them, and they had a way to go beyond them to fund projects they wanted to fund or policies they wanted to pursue. The people responsible for government oversight and transparency should not have to face reprisals for their thorough and objective work. That's no way to run a country. No business on earth would conduct itself in this way. No employer that threatens to cut its employees' pay to $1 on a whim can expect to recruit and retain top talent. They would simply walk out the door. Properly so. The Holman Rule is not only vindictive, as I said, it endangers our democracy and our separation of powers. It's part of the politics of vindictiveness, the so-called revenge tour President Trump promises to unleash on America. It's just another way he and his followers can, in his own words, and I quote Mr. Trump, quote, root out the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. What kind of rhetoric is that? What kind of objective is that for somebody who might responsibly be the head of the greatest government on earth? I thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Laura Lynn McCorkle Miller of Shellman's Bluff and Savannah. Laura Lynn was raised in Valdosta and graduated from both Valdosta High School and Valdosta State University. She began her career as a social worker with the Georgia Department of Family and Children's Services, but left for the joy of being a mother. While raising her daughter, she began working part-time with Elder Care of Valdosta, providing home care to the elderly and physically disabled. Within 2 years of starting with Elder Care, she and her husband purchased the company. They rapidly expanded it into all corners of the state as well as the southern region. The Miller family's impact on the home health care industry cannot be understated. Through her work with the elderly community, she led the charge for state licensing of home health care in 1993. She remained active in the community by serving her synagogues in Valdosta and Savannah. Laura Lynn is survived by her husband of over 50 years, Martin Miller, her daughter, Mara Miller, and 2 grandchildren. My thoughts and prayers go out to the entire Miller family during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Kevin Exley, who was recently elected City Councilman for the City of Rincon on September 21st, 2023. The City of Rincon opened polls up for a special election to fill an empty City Council seat following Damon Ron's departure in June. Now, thanks to Kevin Exley, that seat is occupied. Exley has made it known that he wants to focus on updating ordinances, adjusting term limits, and adding some neighborhood safety measures. Rincon's special election was indeed special. September 19th started out with only a few voters, but quickly grew to hundreds showing up to cast their ballots. This is a story of redemption for Exley. He served on council from 2019 to 2020, but vacated his post soon thereafter. The road back to city council is just the beginning. Exley plans to run for mayor in 2025 election again. Congratulations, Kevin. I know you will serve the city of Rincon well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Hubert Ginn, who passed away on September 21st at the age of 76. Hubert played college football at Florida A&M University, and after a successful career, was drafted into the National Football League. He was a 2-time Super Bowl champion, playing as a running back for the legendary 1972 undefeated Miami Dolphins, as well as the Baltimore Colts and Oakland Raiders. His family and friends remember him as an amazing father, a brother, son, and man with so much love for his community and people around him. Hubert will be remembered by many for being an upstanding role model and for his talents on and off of the football field. My deepest sympathies go out to his family and friends. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Guyton Elementary on being awarded with a Literacy Leader banner. Guyton and Effingham Elementary School has been recognized for their strides in increasing literacy among its students. To be awarded the banner, a school's literacy test scores must be above 90% or it must rise by more than 15%. Only around 200 of Georgia's 2,300 schools are being given this award. One of the main drivers of Guyton's increased literacy rates come from its third graders, whose reading scores jumped by more than 16%. We are so proud to see such a great improvement for the students at Guyton Elementary, and I cannot think of a more deserving group. I look forward to seeing continued growth and more accomplishments from our amazing students at Guyton Elementary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of UCLA Chancellor Charles Young, who passed away at the age of 91. For 29 years, Chancellor Young led UCLA's America's premier research institution. He transformed UCLA from a regional collegiate university to the powerhouse that it is today. He took over at UCLA at the age of 36, making him the youngest chancellor in University of California history. He was the first UCLA alumni to hold that top position on campus. Under his leadership, UCLA's annual operating budget grew tenfold to $1.7 billion, and undergraduate enrollment exploded. Chancellor Young was a staunch supporter of making higher education accessible to all. He championed diversity at the university and led UCLA through a very difficult social unrest period. Chancellor Young, forever we will remember you for your contribution to this country. Go Bruins. Mr. Speaker, I yield. I rise today to celebrate the life of Enrique Hernandez, a beloved member of our Orange County community. Enrique was born in 1937 in Jalisco, Mexico. He worked as a construction laborer, specializing in concrete and asphalt. He was a man who took pride in his work, and Enrique didn't know how to do less than his very best every day. Enrique loved watching lucha libre and telling stories about his time in Jalisco, Mexico, in the small ranch where he grew up. He also loved to talk about his love life. He was married to Edelmira for 65 years. Their legacy includes 7 children, 22 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren. Enrique's 5 siblings carry on his tradition of being great storytellers. Enrique, we honor you for your service to our community and to your beautiful family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the American Confidence in Elections Act, the most transformative election integrity bill to be considered in the House in decades. Over the summer, the American Confidence in Elections Act, or ACE Act, passed out of the Committee on House Administration. The ACE Act equips states with election integrity tools, implements key reforms in D.C., and protects political speech. In examining history, precedent, the framers' words, debates concerning ratification, the Supreme Court, and our Constitution, we know the division of power between states and the federal government provides Congress with limited oversight of federal elections. With this responsibility, we created the American Confidence in Elections Act to help ensure that states are best equipped with the tools they need to perform successful election administration. As Florida's former Secretary of State, I oversaw elections as our state's chief election official. I know firsthand just how important efficient and effective election administration measures are in ensuring that Americans continue to cast their ballots and participate in our democracy. As chair of the House Administration Subcommittee on Elections, one of my top priorities is to share insight into the policies that lead to stronger elections across our nation. This is exactly what the ACE Act will do. My colleagues and I have worked in collaboration with secretaries of state, local election officials, legislators, and voters across the nation to craft this legislation in true by the people, for the people fashion. Our ACE Act leaves primary responsibility for administering elections to the states while recognizing the important role that Congress plays as a resource and a partner. Election officials have a saying: elections are partisan. Elections administration is not. The American Confidence in Elections Act is a strictly common sense measure that protects our voting processes and makes it easier to vote and harder to cheat. 90% of Americans agree. Only Americans should vote in American elections. A majority of Americans support photo voter ID provisions. The ACE Act encourages states to adopt strong voter ID laws and provides best practices and technology standards to ensure that every state in our nation has the tools needed to conduct secure and efficient elections. I look forward to bringing this common sense election integrity measure forward to both strengthen and safeguard our elections. I would like to thank Chairman Stile for his leadership on this bill, and I look forward to seeing it brought to the House floor for final passage. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to address the House for 1 minute and to extend it.
Without objection. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I have a Mr. Speaker, in honor of the 68th anniversary of the Montgomery bus boycott, I rise today. Mr. Speaker, it was on December the 5th, 1955. It was a landmark bus boycott that lasted for 381 days, following the courageous and bold single act of the defiance from Rosa Parks, who was arrested on December 1st, 1955, for refusing to give up her seat to a white person on a Montgomery bus. Rosa Parks epitomized the incredible power of one person to change the course of history. I, along with so many others in this chamber, benefit from her indelible legacy. Mr. Speaker, the action of Rosa Parks propelled the challenges of the civil rights movement to the forefront of national concern, deeply influencing public opinion and ultimately contributed to important legislative and societal shifts in this country. Mr. Speaker, when I was the House leader in the state of Ohio, the first Democrat female and Black woman to do such. As a young girl growing up, I grew up hearing about Rosa Parks. So when I was on the House floor, then in the state legislature, I thought I could make a difference and do something. So on the day she died, I went to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and Democrats and Republicans came together to make Ohio the first state in the United States to have a Rosa Parks Day. That was a proud moment for me, that I could stand in the well in the State House, and Republican colleague Priscilla Meade could stand in the well, and we could both declare how important this would be for the nation. And today I stand in another well, asking us to take a look at House Resolution 308, the Rosa Parks Day Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Terry Sewell and Congressman Stephen Horsford and myself. Mr. Speaker, we have well over 100 and some signatures just in the first week. And we're going to continue to try to get signatures for this important piece of legislation. Just imagine, for 381 days, people did not get on a bus. They walked. Or if they rode in taxis or in cars, they were cars or taxis operated by Black Americans. It was wrong because, you see, Rosa Parks was not tired that day. We want history to be correct. At that time, in the 1950s, people of color had to sit back as far as the 7th row. And Rosa was sitting in the seat by the window in the row for people of color. But when someone got on the bus who was a majority gentleman and had to stand, they went to Rosa and asked her to get up out of the seat in the section she was supposed to sit into. Now, I can imagine that Rosa knew she was going to be arrested because she had been warned, and she was not the first to have been arrested. And she sat there so eloquently, and when they said to get up or you would be arrested, she got up. She was arrested, she was handcuffed, she was fingerprinted, and they took her mugshot. But that not only sparked her as the leader of the modern day civil rights movement, it also propelled a young minister by the name of Martin Luther King. So today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to think that this is a moment in history for us to be able to educate my colleagues and all those who are witnessing this morning. And lastly, it was on June 5th in 1956 that the federal court made the decision that it was no longer constitutional to segregate the seats on public transit. And when I leave here on Thursday, Mr. Speaker, I will go back to the great 3rd Congressional District of Ohio. And for the 18th year, I will sponsor the Power of One, our Rosa Parks Day. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of the Second Amendment and in honor of Roger Teedy, a freedom-loving American, gun store owner, and Kansan who's been deeply wronged by President Biden's politicized, weaponized Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. My team and I have met with Roger, his coworker Jenny, and their team in their store in Hutchinson, Kansas. Heartland Outdoor is a local, family-owned small business in central Kansas where people buy their hunting and recreational shooting supplies. Roger has been a federal firearm licensee for 30 years, during which time he has never had a violation or sold a gun that has been involved in a crime. He literally has decades of perfect scores from the ATF, who have held his store in the highest regard, an example of how a gun store should be operated. On ATF's excuse me. On ATF's most recent visit to Roger's store, however, agents found minor, unwillful, debatable issues, which they called willful, serious violations. As a result, the ATF revoked Roger's license to sell firearms and effectively took his livelihood away. Sadly, this story is not unique. It is an example of the ATF abusing President Biden's zero-tolerance policy, which he announced in June of 2021, and which was resulted in a 500% spike in federal firearm license revocations across the country. Enough is enough. This week, I'm introducing the Reining in Federal Licensing Enforcement Act. The Rifle Act will hold the ATF accountable, establish separate categories for minor and serious violations, clarify the word willful as it applies to violations, and create an appeals process for individuals whose licenses were revoked on or after President Biden's zero tolerance policy went into effect. No gun store owner in America deserves to have his or her business shut down over a typo on a form. No gun store owner deserves to be forced to pay tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees just to appeal the revocation of their license. Apparently, since the Biden administration can't just do away with the Constitution and our Second Amendment, shutting down our local gun stores has become the strategy. My legislation will stop that, defend the Second Amendment as a load-bearing wall in our system of rights, and honor Roger and lawful gun store owners just like him. I invite my colleagues to co-sponsor the Rifle Act to ensure that what happened to Roger and to other lawful gun store owners across the U.S. never, ever happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Christmas approaches, I rise again to share the history behind one of the most beloved carols, Away in the Manger. People still call this delightful song Luther's Cradle Hymn, and believe that Martin Luther sang his own children to sleep with it in the 15th century. None other than the song's composer, James Murray, promoted this charming fable. We really don't know who wrote the words, only that they appeared anonymously in a Lutheran publication called A Children's Book for School and Family in 1885. When the music first appeared in a children's hymnal 2 years later, it was entitled Luther's Cradle Hymn. James Murray, the editor of the hymnal, wrote that the song was composed by Martin Luther for his children and still sung by German mothers to their little ones. Murray, who was a student of Lowell Mason, composer of Joy to the World, then added his own initials at the end of the song, thereby ensuring over a century of confusion. The words of the hymn are as follows. Away in the manger, no crib for his bed, the little Lord Jesus lay down his sweet head. The stars in the sky looked down where he lay, the little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle were lowing, the poor baby wakes, but little Lord Jesus, no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky and stay by my side till morning is nigh. Be near me, Lord Jesus. I ask thee to stay close by me forever and love me, I pray. Bless all the dear children in thy tender care and take us to heaven to live with thee there. I hope that you keep the history behind this beautiful song in mind as you celebrate the holiday season. And on behalf of us in Central Texas, I wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and delightful Christmas season. I yield back.
Recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Today, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Jordan Duncan, an exceptional educator and firefighter in my district. Jordan has been teaching in Washington State for a decade, and during this time, he's made a real impact on his students with his innovative teaching techniques. From taking his students to nearby forests to teach them about ecological importance of timber, to using his firefighter experience to teach them about wildfire safety, he has continuously made his students excited to learn about STEM through real-world applications and outdoor hands-on experiences. Jordan's unwavering dedication to his students and contributions to the field of education haven't gone unnoticed. This year, he was awarded the Field STEM Teacher of the Year Award by the Pacific Education Institute. This recognition is a testament to his efforts in educating the next generation. Jordan's passion for promoting outdoor learning for students is admirable, and I hope he continues to inspire and brighten the future of our youth through hands-on education. Jordan, thank you for your hard work, and congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to share I was deeply disturbed to read in a national news publication some anti-farmer propaganda. Going out and buying a plastic Christmas tree that will take 5,000 years to degrade is antithetical to the real spirit of environmentalism, and my county, Lewis County, is the #1 producer of Christmas trees in Washington State, and we grow Christmas trees for a living in the state, so this is a big deal. This terrarium view of nature, where you can buy plastic to celebrate nature, is antithetical to the true spirit of American values and environmentalism, and I applaud all of our farmers who are fighting hard to keep this tradition alive. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hard work and the importance of cranberry growers in Southwest Washington. Washington is the 5th largest producer of cranberries in the country, and cranberry growers have been cultivating the land for more than 100 years. Pacific County's Long Beach Peninsula in my district is one of the 3 main cranberry regions in Washington, with about 1,300 acres of land dedicated to production. This year, the price of cranberries are expected to increase to an estimated $42 per barrel, according to Malcolm and Ardell McPhail, 2 Ilwaco-based cranberry growers. While there was an oversupply of cranberries in 2017, the dry summer this past year caused a water shortage that has seriously affected bog irrigation. As the effects of climate change continue to reach across agricultural industries, I commend the resilience and dedication of cranberry growers in Southwest Washington. I remain committed to fighting for policies that sustain and strengthen the agricultural sector, and will continue to focus on federal policies that support small family growers like Malcolm and Ardell during times like this. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a community effort in Southwest Washington. The ongoing war in Ukraine has resulted in countless Ukrainian citizens being forced to flee their homes, leaving behind everything they once knew. However, in the midst of all this chaos and turmoil and pain, it fills me with hope to witness Washington extend a welcoming hand to many of these refugees, offering a safe haven and a chance to rebuild their lives. One example of this is the School of Knowledge, a place where Ukrainian children can learn important subjects like reading, math, music, and Bible studies, all in their native Ukrainian tongue. For Ukrainian refugees in my district, this Saturday school serves as a vital lifeline, allowing them to stay connected to their culture and heritage while forming new bonds with our community. I ask my colleagues to join me in remembering that as we support Ukrainian refugees in their journey to start anew, we also enrich our local community's culture and self-sufficiency. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Skamania Knucklebusters Association Skills Center in my district, a place that resonates with my own background as the owner of an auto repair and a machine shop. I visited the Skamania Knucklebusters this past May, and I learned about the free auto repair program they offer to teenagers. The diverse range of hands-on skills development classes they host include shop safety and tool usage and brakes and tires. These classes equip young students with essential life skills like how to use a wrench. Nobody sitting in these classes asks themselves, when will I use this in real life? And yet they deeply complement STEM issues in fields like geometry and physics. In addition to their educational efforts, they also provide services to the community at a reasonable cost, making it accessible to all and providing the teenagers with access to hard skills and self-sufficiency. What's even more commendable is that the Knucklebusters are an all-volunteer organization, which means they're motivated by the simple desire to pass on their knowledge to the next generation. And they're discerning about their volunteers, ensuring that they're all quality mechanics committed to producing quality, safe work. I am so grateful for folks like the Knucklebusters for embodying the education principles beyond just theoretical learning and instead involving practical, hands-on experiences through community engagement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Now the chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember and reflect on one of the darkest days in Guam's history. 82 years ago, on December 8, 1941, the Imperial Japanese military launched a surprise attack on Guam, just hours after the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. This day in our history is a dark one, and we will always remember how life changed for all Americans 82 years ago. Today, let us also remember and thank the greatest generation, our mananko, our seniors, for their sacrifice and contribution they made for our island. I always enjoy listening to the countless stories they share. Their stories are one of bravery, patriotism, and resilience. When faced with danger and threats, they never back down and are a great inspiration for our island and community. While many on Guam associate this day with despair, this day is also a day of celebration and faith in our community. To the large Catholic community in Guam, December 8th is a very important day. It is the feast of Guam's patron saint, Santa Maria Carmelin. On this day in 1941, it began as any normal Sunday with people going to church. However, life changed with bombs dropping and planes flying overhead. It drowned out the otherwise quiet island. Despite the surprise attack on Guam, Santa Maria Carmelin survived and is a representation of the people of Guam. No matter what happens, our people are strong, and there is no event that can break our communities. This is true for every major setback Guam faces. Most recently in May this year, when the strongest typhoon to strike Guam in 20 years breached our shores. When homes and businesses were destroyed, and when people felt down and despaired, it was the community, our friends, and family who helped us get back on our feet. This is the Hafaday spirit that lives in everyone who calls Guam home, and is valued that keeps our island moving and on our feet. While these moments in Guam's history are merely a single thread in the fabric of our people and island, they make our island what we know it as today. These stories live on, and it's important to reflect on them always. I could not be prouder to represent and advocate for such a diverse district and strong district. Because of our people, Guam is strong. While we reflect on the history and sacrifices made 82 years ago, let us fill our hearts with gratitude, reverence, peace, and faith. God bless Guam, God bless our mananko, and God bless America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, our national debt eclipsed $33.8 trillion. This means that we have now crossed a dangerous new threshold of over $100,000 of debt for every man, woman, and child in the United States. This rampant and wasteful spending has only been made worse by President Biden's reckless budgets that have led to soaring inflation and more pain for Pennsylvanians. From canceling student loans to handing out cash reimbursements for electric vehicles, Joe Biden has shown that he's more worried about appeasing his far-left base than our financial well-being. In the past year, the average family was forced to pay an additional $11,000 to cover the cost of just everyday goods. It's time to cut spending and stop borrowing from China to pay for the reckless liberal policies. The trillions of dollars that we pay in interest on this debt does nothing to keep our nation safe. It does nothing to fund Medicare, and it does nothing to secure our open southern border. It's time to pass a federal budget that addresses our debt and puts an end to the mismanagement of our finances that have been bought on by President Biden's Green New Deal initiatives. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, far too often, we've seen the Biden administration impose burdensome regulations that only serve to drive up costs and limit production onto American energy producers. Instead of turning to power sources like natural gas or oil or propane, President Biden has focused his attention on using taxpayer dollars to subsidize inadequate and unreliable projects like windmills and solar farms. In places without gas pipelines, which have been difficult to build due to the president's own actions, power alternatives like propane can be a vital tool in order to keep refrigerators cold and our homes warm. We've heard from experts who have testified to the dangers of potential rolling blackouts this winter as our grid struggles to meet demand without the aid of coal-fired plants that have been a cornerstone of our energy production literally for decades. As we look to confront these potential blackouts, it is critical that we utilize energy resources that are so abundant in Pennsylvania. We cannot afford to waste any more time in investing in Green New Deal initiatives. It's time to return to our baseload power and ensure that our families are protected from energy blackouts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes a gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, importantly, where we get our data from is extremely useful and key to making wise decisions around here. And so since about half the focus of the speeches and of this place and of every committee and every agency of the federal government seems to be on what they call climate change, it's good to know where we're getting our data. So it tends to follow with what percent of the atmosphere is CO2, what are the temperatures. Well, here's an interesting little piece from the EPA. It shows that their data on the climate stations they have all sorts of weather monitoring devices around the country, a little over 1,060, I believe it is. And in some cases, the way they're set, that's a whole conversation in of itself, where they place them. The old rules require that they be placed in areas that are not skewing the temperature one way or the other as to the area, but sometimes you'll find them on rooftops next to air conditioning units, parking lots, areas that are going to be more prone towards heat sinks to keeping temperature higher. Nonetheless, a recent set of data that EPA themselves has allowed to get out is that since 1948, only 19% of those weather stations have shown a mild increase in temperature. That means 81% did not show an increase of temperature as per their own data. So over 800 of those stations, I think 863 reported either a decrease or no change in the number of hot days. Interesting, isn't it? Because you would think that we're melting down. We hear all this talking, even the committee I was just in. Oh, sea level rise. Well, you look at pictures, sea level hasn't risen, certainly to the extent that we're being threatened and the way they're forcing us, not asking us, but forcing us to change our lives. You know, it's one thing if you want to buy an electric vehicle, because that might work for you in your commute or what have you. Hey, great. But when you see my own state of California forcing these mandates by 2035 or whatever round number they make up as to when we have to get to what they call net zero on CO2, it's really going to negatively affect a lot of people's lives. Not just automobiles, which might be easier, but trucks that haul things. For example, a typical truck, the total vehicle weight is 80,000 pounds, which the tare weight, or the weight of the empty truck, is somewhere around, say, 25,000 pounds. So you got about 55,000 pounds worth of capacity. If you convert that truck to an electric vehicle, it'll take 16,000 pounds of additional weight of batteries to make that have any kind of range. So now the payload has just decreased by about 16,000 pounds or so on a truck. So let's get back to the core numbers. Again, what we're seeing, their own climate stations, their own weather stations are showing that 81% of them have shown a level or decrease in temperature since 1948. Only a handful have seen an increase. And even then, we got to see how skewed those are with where they're placed in parking lots or areas that are heat sinks. And let's look at the CO2 number, since that's supposed to be the killer that so many folks are whining about around here. Carbon dioxide is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. 0.04%. That's what they're making us change our lives for, and putting America at a huge disadvantage economically, exporting our jobs, exporting our extraction of natural resources to places like China or other areas around the world that have the ability to do the mining that is needed to produce copper, or heaven forbid, all the lithium and all the cobalt and other things it's going to take to battery and electrify everything. So instead, let's not have mandates to take away our cars, our trucks, our trains. I even see silly pieces on the internet about one of the major cargo carriers saying, we need to look forward to electrifying aircraft. I mean, the aircraft won't have any weight capacity to haul anything if you have to load it now with batteries. Battery technology needs to make leaps and bounds. We don't have it yet. Yes, we should keep researching that. But by golly, why do we have to hamstring ourselves right now? The internal combustion engines we have now burn cleaner and better than ever. And if we're allowed to continue to refine them, they'll be even better, just through attrition over time. By replacing trucks, by replacing vehicles with the newer, cleaner burning ones, we're making giant strides. We've already made giant strides from the battle days in the 60s in the LA basin and stuff with the cleaner burning vehicles. And so let's make progress on things that are within our range. Yeah, we could look into hydrogen and see if that could power vehicles. But this battery-powered everything is really a farce at the end of it. It has to be heavily subsidized to get people to buy the cars. And the range, we're seeing the range. We're seeing the stories, on wintertime, et cetera. So anyway, let's take a smarter look at what the heck we're doing instead of just forcing it. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Our Father, Creator, the one who made us who we are and who has given us all we have, as we call on your name, may you be glorified. Reveal your heavenly splendor that we would be assured of the eternity you have promised each one of us. May our life here on earth reflect this gracious design which is beyond our human imaginings. Set the world right as we seek to serve you, and allow what we do on earth to be the unveiling of your divine will for your creation. Provide for us this day the nourishment we need to sustain the work you have set before us to do, and strengthen our spirits by the bread that is your word, that our faith will uphold us in the face of anything that we encounter. We ask your forgiveness for all that we have done or left undone, which has caused pain and sadness. And as we receive your forgiveness, may we live into your mercy by finding it within ourselves to forgive others. Keep us safe today from all evil directed toward us, and from all harm which our own temptations inflict upon us. To you, O Lord, does everything on earth owe its life. May all that lives and breathes glorify your holy name this day. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa? Oh, Iowa seek recognition. I was looking over there. Without objection. The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to shed light on achievements made by Iowa's very own H&I Corporation located in Muscatine, Iowa. H&I is one of the largest office furniture manufacturers, and they lead in production of products such as gas, electric, wood, and biomass burning fireplaces. Recently, H&I was recognized by the U.S. Department of Energy for reaching reduced emission goals as a partner in the Better Climate Challenge. By implementing various renewable energy and energy efficiency efforts, H&I was able to reduce emissions by 64%. Congratulations, H&I, on this achievement. I'd also like to take a moment to let Carol Crane of Davenport, Iowa know, as she's battling cancer, that we are all praying for you and we all support you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-1278, an act to designate the federal building located at 985 Michigan Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, as the Rosa Parks Federal Building, and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Was it from we do Illinois? You sure? I seek recognition.
I rise to ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
So ordered. Without objection. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Americans will start work today not knowing if they'll earn enough for food, rent, or medical bills. Why? Because they're tipped workers who are guaranteed an hourly minimum wage of only $2.13 plus whatever tips come their way. Yes, $2.13 per hour. That is not a typo. Even the most frugal find it impossible to live on $2.13 an hour plus the luck of a tip jar. Chicago recently approved the One Fair Wage Act to address this inequity, and I commend Mayor Johnson, SEIU, and the good folks at One Fair Wage for their leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to pass the Raise the Wage Act so that every American can earn a living wage. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
For 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a true patriot and advocate for our state's veterans, Daniel Kell, the New York State VFW commander. Daniel's unwavering dedication to the welfare of our veterans has left an enduring mark on our community and the lives of those that have served. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of touring Bath VA Medical Center with him, witnessing firsthand his tireless commitment to ensuring that our veterans receive the care and the support that they deserve. Daniel was raised in my birthplace of Jamestown, New York, and just days after graduating from Jamestown High School in 1979, he answered the call of duty, enlisting in the United States Marine Corps. His 23 years service, culminating as Master Sergeant, reflects a commitment to excellence that has earned him numerous accolades, including the Meritorious Service Medal and Navy Commendation Medals for his distinguished service during Operation Desert Storm and Desert Shield. Since joining VFW Post 53 in Jamestown in 2001, he's become a life member, serving in various leadership roles, including National Surgeon General. As he concludes his term as the New York State VFW commander, I want to thank Daniel Kell for his selfless dedication to our veterans and his exemplary service to our great nation. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, while Republicans continue to fight amongst themselves, Democrats remain united in working for the American people. I rise to applaud the USDA Food and Nutrition Services efforts to give more of America's students access to universal free school meals. A new final rule published by USDA makes more schools eligible for federal funds to cover the costs of healthy, nutritious breakfasts and lunches for all students. This federal program, called the Community Eligibility Provision, eliminates school meal debts, minimizes shame in the lunch line, and reduces paperwork for school nutrition staff and families. It will hopefully encourage more states to adopt permanent universal free school meals, as my home state of Massachusetts recently did. Mr. Speaker, this is a big deal. Thank you to President Biden, Vice President Harris, Secretary Vilsack, and Deputy Undersecretary Dean for delivering on commitments coming out of the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. I'm thrilled that in the richest country in the world, we are making progress to ensure that all kids have access to nutritious food as part of their school day. Together, we can continue this progress, and together we can end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Midlands of South Carolina this week celebrated the life of Dr. Kausal Sinha on Sunday with a memorial service at Kaufman Holman Funeral Home in Lexington. Dr. Sinha was born February 10, 1940 in Bandai, Bishanpur, India, the son of Srimati Indrawati Devi and Sri Puneet Sinha. He and his beloved wife Arunima came to New York City with only $6 each in their pockets when they arrived. His first job in America was limited to clean medical equipment with his medical degree, supplemented by being a night janitor. From the humble background of a village without electricity, he became the first college graduate of the village, leading to becoming chief of the orthopedic department of Lexington Medical Center. I was grateful to volunteer with Kausal and Arunima to establish the Hindu Temple and Cultural Center of South Carolina. Dr. Sinha and the Indian American community of over 4 million citizens, reinforced with the highest income per capita of any household of an ethnic group, that the American dream is alive for persons who work hard to achieve based on their personal effort, not government dependency. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It's sadly clear there will be more 9/11s across America imminent in our country. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, to help bring families closure
Honor and Remember Incorporated strives to provide personalized flags to surviving loved ones. North Carolina's chapter of Honor and Remember recently paid special tribute to the families of Captain Jeb Franklin Siegel, Corporal Lauren Melton, Specialist Jose Melendez Jr., and Specialist Austin Monk. These names are of brave souls who loved our country. The presentation of the Honor and Remember flag represents the profound sacrifices made by those killed while serving our country and the enduring pain their families bear. That's why I introduced the bipartisan H.R. 4109, the Honor and Remember Flag Recognition Act of 2023. Legislation already adopted in 27 states, demonstrating deep appreciation for our service members who have died in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker, a call for the passage of H.R. 4109. Let us honor and remember. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Special Education Day. In the 1970s, Congress made a commitment to provide a free and appropriate education to students with disabilities. And while we've made tremendous progress thanks to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, we've also failed to fully fund the cost of special education. Congress promised at that point to cover 40% of the extra costs of special education, but we've never come close to fulfilling that promise. In fact, the current funding remains at only 14% of the targeted amount. Mr. Speaker, that's shameful. This means our students and schools suffer. It means that programs will be cut. It means that schools won't be able to recruit and retain qualified teachers. And above all else, it means that students with disabilities will not be able to succeed, not without appropriate high-quality services that they deserve. And that's why I proudly co-sponsor the bipartisan IDEA Full Funding Act, which would mandate gradual increases in IDEA funding to reach the full commitment, 40%, by fiscal year 2029 and each subsequent fiscal year. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and uphold the promise to provide students and schools with the resources that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Alfred Hill Jr., a Wyomingite who courageously defended our country and whose life was marked by a track record of accomplishments and deeply rooted compassion for others. Born and raised in San Antonio, Texas, Alfred made the selfless decision to serve his country as a member of the U.S. 6th Army from 1963 to 66, completing a tour of duty in Korea and earning a promotion to the rank of specialist. Following his time in the Army, he earned a degree in business administration and accounting from the universities of Texas and Montana. Alfred and his wife Barbara moved to Sheridan, Wyoming in 2010, where he dedicated his time to supporting others and bettering the community. Alfred was an active member of the Rotary Club, served as scoutmaster, volunteered to deliver Meals on Wheels, and arranged hunting trips for disabled veterans through the Hunting for Heroes program. Alfred valued his Christian faith and family above all else and cherished every minute he could spend with his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Alfred passed away peacefully on the morning of October 20th, leaving behind a legacy of selfless service in his community that will be forever cherished by his friends and family. I urge all my colleagues to join me in remembering the life of Alfred Hill Jr. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Rules and House Administration be discharged from further consideration of House Resolution 731 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 731, resolution amending the rules of the House of Representatives to modify the period before the date of any primary election or general election during which a mass mailing is not frankable by a member of the House who is a candidate of such election and for other purposes.
Is there objection to consideration of the resolution?
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution H-Res 906 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 52, House Resolution 906. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 4468, to prohibit the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing a proposed rule with respect to emissions from vehicles and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. 2, the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 2, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5933, to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require additional information and disclosures of foreign gifts and contracts from foreign sources, restrict contracts for certain foreign entities in foreign countries of concern, require certain staff and faculty to report foreign gifts and contracts, and require disclosure of certain foreign investments within endowments. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage, without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 88, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to improving income-driven repayment for the William D. Ford Federal Direct Loan Program and the Federal Family Education Loan, FFEL, program. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H-Res 906, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation. The rule provides for H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales, or the CARS Act of 2023, to be considered under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for 2 measures related to education, H.R. 5933, Defending Education Transparency and Ending Rogue Regimes Engaging in Nefarious Transaction Act, or the Deterrent Act, and H.J. Res 88, related to income-driven repayments for educational loans. H.R. 5933 would be considered under a structured rule with 8 amendments made in order. It provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. And finally, the second education measure to be considered under a closed rule is H.J. Res 88, a joint resolution nullifying the final rule submitted by the Department of Education on income-driven repayment, published on July 10, 2023. It also provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 4468, the CARS Act. Mr. Speaker, it seems like every week we're here talking about another bureaucracy under the Biden administration overstepping their bounds. Again and again, these out-of-control agencies under this administration are chipping away at our personal freedom. This time, it's the EPA. Specifically, their proposed new standard for 2/3 of all new vehicles to be electric by 2032. Last night at the Rules Committee hearing, the bill's sponsor, Representative Wahlberg, laid out why this legislation is necessary very clearly. This misguided EPA rule takes away consumer choice. Americans should be able to have every option available to them in what vehicle they choose to drive, specifically because automobiles vary greatly in both reliability and cost, and consumers have different wants and needs. Market demand, not government mandates, should drive this industry. If nothing else, our colleagues should support this legislation because it's also, this rule is not ready for prime time. Electric vehicles are more expensive. Until the cost comes down, we shouldn't be forcing these purchases on consumers. While Americans are experiencing crushing inflation, the infrastructure needed to support EVs does not exist. This rule disadvantages rural communities like mine and so many others across the country. Mr. Speaker, we all know it is a Biden administration priority to pour billions into green energy and clean cars. The president even recently invoked the Defense Production Act, spending $169 million in green energy handouts for electric heat pumps for water heaters. That doesn't seem like a top priority to meet the needs of our national defense. This EPA rule simply ignores the practicality, cost, and choice for Americans, and it is wrong. One doesn't need to look further than Secretary Granholm's recent failed and taxpayer-funded EV road trip. This PR stunt was ridiculed for highlighting the shortcomings of EVs rather than their potential, and also resulted in a probe by the House Oversight and Energy and Commerce Committees. Most egregiously during this trip, the police were called when Secretary Granholm's staff blocked a charging station from use by a Georgia family with an infant in the middle of summer. It's unbelievable, really, but under the President Biden's EPA, this would be reality for everyone, everywhere in America. In addition, with the forced and accelerated transition to EVs, this EPA standard prioritizes benefits to China over the needs of the American people. As we all know, China controls many of the raw materials necessary for the batteries and other components for EVs. By rushing to meet arbitrary green and climate agendas, the United States is more likely to solidify China's control on the energy future rather than save the planet. Mr. Speaker, we must be measured, trust market forces and American consumers, and not push top-down and expensive mandates. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting H.R. 4468. Moving on to education, as a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'm glad to see floor consideration of H.R. 5933, the Defending Education Transparency and Ending Rogue Regimes Engaging in Nefarious Transactions Act, also known as the Deterrent Act. This legislation will bring much-needed transparency, accountability, and clarity to foreign gift reporting requirements for colleges and universities across the nation. I know many of our colleagues share our concerns over foreign adversaries infiltrating college campuses. Foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party have been leveraging ties with institutions of higher education in order to further soft power goals for many years, including by shaping public narratives, influencing academic curricula, sowing social divisions, and undermining faith in our public institutions and our very system of government. It must stop. While it's clear that global partnerships and academic collaboration can be beneficial for U.S. students at our universities, it is our responsibility to carefully monitor foreign partnerships, particularly countries of concern, and we must be steadfast in doing so. We must ensure our adversaries are not given a platform in our classrooms to work against the United States' values and interests. The Biden administration doesn't seem to take this responsibility seriously, though. They've not opened a single new investigation since taking office. Just this week, the Department of Education updated their Section 117 FAQs. This was their first update to these FAQs since taking office 3 years ago. And it was undoubtedly a result of pressure from our work on the Education and Workforce Committee in passing the Deterrent Act. Because of the Biden administration's failure on Section 117, UPenn alone took $14 million from unnamed contributors in China and Hong Kong and $2.4 million in unnamed contributors from Saudi Arabia since 2021. These amounts are well over the threshold of concern and are reasons alone to pass the Deterrent Act. Back home in Indiana, our own Valparaiso University was home to a Confucius Institute. These institutes are funded and arranged by the People's Republic of China and have raised concerns about improper influence over teaching, espionage, and undermining Taiwan in their relationship with the United States. Indiana Attorney General Todd Rokita investigated this Confucius Institute, and though it has now been closed, the need for oversight remains. I'm proud to be an original supporter of this legislation and urge its passage. And finally, HJ Res 88, a joint resolution nullifying President Biden's reckless income-driven repayment plans that would effectively forgive nearly half of the student loan debt and cost taxpayers at least $138 billion over the next 10 years. It would be a direct cost to taxpayers because this proposed student loan debt plan simply transfers the burden of paying these loans away from the student loan borrowers and onto those taxpayers who've chosen not to go to college. A 2019 Government Accountability Office report found that 95,100 income-driven repayment plans were held by borrowers who reported zero income, yet earned enough wages to make monthly student loan payments. Borrowers with these 95,100 income-driven repayment plans owed nearly $4 billion in outstanding direct loans. As to their family size, about 40,900 income-driven repayment plans were approved based on large family sizes of 9 or more, which are atypical for income-driven repayment plans. GAO also found 2 income-driven repayment plans that were approved in which the borrower reported a family size of 93. Borrowers with atypical family sizes of 9 or more owed almost $2.1 billion in outstanding direct loans. Given all of this reported fraud, I have significant concerns with the Biden administration's income-driven repayment plans. Since I went to college, tuition and fees have increased almost 3 times more than the rate of inflation, many due to subsidized tuition in the form of grants and loans that are already largely paid by taxpayers. Student debt in the U.S. is now over $1.6 trillion, with the average borrower owing over $37,000. Since 1980, the average cost of college attendance has risen 180%. We can't keep writing blank checks to universities, particularly when many are failing our students and graduation rates are poor. We need solutions that will drive down the cost of college. The income-driven repayment plan doesn't address the root cause of this issue, and it places an unfair burden on the taxpayer. I look forward to the consideration of this legislation that will actually address the underlying issue here and urge the passage of this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, this rule would bring three measures to the House floor. First, H.R. 5933, the Deterrent Act. Look, Democrats and Republicans agree there ought to be transparency if higher education institutions get money from foreign countries. Thankfully, President Biden has worked to improve compliance with existing laws. And because of that, over $1.5 billion more per year have been reported publicly under this president than the prior one. But instead of working together and building on this progress, Republicans are trying to advance this bill that adds onerous new reporting requirements, making it harder for our academic institutions and researchers to remain number one in the world. The second bill here, H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act of 2023. This bill blocks the Environmental Protection Agency's authority to finalize a car emissions rule protecting Americans from motor vehicle pollution. The message House Republicans are sending here is pretty simple. Yet again, they are putting polluters over people and picking winners and losers in our transportation sector. Over 100 million Americans live in counties with unhealthy air pollution, with children, the elderly, low-income communities, and communities of color being disproportionately at risk. Air pollution is associated with over 100,000 premature deaths in the United States every single year. So the health impacts of rolling back these standards are bad enough. Frankly, it's outrageous that this majority continues to actively fight against innovation and against lower energy costs and against the private sector making decisions based on what people actually want. The reality is that EVs are already popular. Americans' demand for EVs is largely outpacing supply, as demand has increased by over 350% in just the last few years alone. They're also cheaper to own, decreasing fuel costs by 50% or more. And ongoing technological advancements are translating to better options for consumers every year. But I must point out that when Republicans oppose our investments in American EV manufacturing, they are actually advocating for American industry to stand down. Rather than conceding ground to local adversaries like China, Democrats, we want to invest in America's ability to compete and beat our economic competitors. So for all these reasons and more, H.R. 4468 is a bad bill that denies Americans immense public health and environmental benefits of the EPA proposed standards. And finally, we have H.J. Res. 88, a bill that would block the Biden administration from implementing a new income-driven repayment plan to help save borrowers money. Look, I want people to listen carefully to me. President Biden tried to create a new plan to reduce people's student loan monthly payments. And Republicans want to stop him from doing it for no other reason than they don't care. They literally do not care about this issue. It seems that Republicans are willing to stop at nothing to prevent hardworking Americans from getting student loan relief. And this is just another attempt to attack the Biden administration for addressing the serious financial concerns of low and middle income student loan borrowers. The best thing about this bill, the only good thing I can say here, Mr. Speaker, is that it failed to pass the Senate. In other words, this bill is going nowhere. Another wasted week for America, Mr. Speaker, courtesy of this Republican majority. And today, 3 more bills that do nothing to make life better for anyone. Republicans want to increase the cost of student loans for workers and families and make it easier for big oil CEOs to pollute our communities. That is their agenda. They have been a total and complete failure, the least productive Congress in history. The most rules failed in a single year, dragged our country to the brink of default, almost shut down the government twice, wasted weeks and weeks fighting about which one of them should be Speaker. Bill after bill, amendment after amendment to ban abortion and attack LGBTQ people. Now they want to impeach the president when even their own members say there's no there. You guys are doing a lousy job, and it shows. And the only good news is that you're not going to be in the majority after this next election. I'll be voting no on this rule, no on the underlying bills, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding the time. I rise today in support of the rule, which includes consideration of an important step to protect Americans' access to affordable and reliable internal combustion engine vehicles, gas-powered cars. Since his very first day in office, President Biden declared war on domestic energy producers, and he made it his administration's goal to weaponize the EPA and other agencies to impose a radical Green New Deal agenda on the backs of the American people. Earlier this year, unelected bureaucrats at the EPA issued a proposed rule that would tighten emission standards to make electric vehicles virtually the only option available to drivers in the United States. Now, what does this mean for the average family? They'll be forced to pay thousands of dollars more for their next car, thousands more for their at-home charging infrastructure and replacement batteries, and hundreds more a year in car insurance. Since Biden took office, my constituents have seen their energy bills go through the roof, and forcing them to charge multiple cars at home is not an option. Not just the cost. There's ample evidence that New York's energy grid is entirely unprepared to handle this. Reports have already shown that the federal government's attempts to subsidize the purchase of electric vehicles, they haven't worked. Despite $7,500 in available tax credits, hardworking Americans still consider purchasing these vehicles too costly for their family budgets. Mr. Speaker, we need a market-driven approach that puts consumer choice, affordability, and reliability first, and that means putting a stop to this administration's efforts time and again to ban, prohibit, and regulate out of existence perfectly safe and affordable products and appliances. Since 2021, we've seen the Biden administration impose new regulations through the EPA and the Department of Energy that will ultimately impact what appliances Americans can buy, whether Americans can affordably heat their homes, or now what cars they believe Americans should be driving. I strongly support this legislation, H.R. 4468, to preserve America's freedom of choice and to put a stop to this administration's efforts to push this country into an energy future that is less affordable, less reliable, and more dependent than ever on our foreign adversaries like China. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady is recognized. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on the portion of this rule which would once again throw our student loan system into crisis. Congress's failure to address the student debt crisis has left American borrowers with over $1.6 trillion in student loans, and Pennsylvania borrowers hold some of the highest student debt in the nation. This crippling burden is preventing generations of Americans from taking public service jobs, from buying homes and cars, and from fully participating in our economy. The resolution we're considering today does nothing to solve the student loan crisis. It would undermine the income-based repayment program authorized by Congress years ago and will create more chaos and confusion for student loan borrowers. Nearly 5.5 million borrowers across the country have enrolled in the SAVE program in just the past 3 months. In my district alone, 13,700 people have signed up in anticipation of average relief of $1,200 a year. If this resolution were to pass, millions of borrowers enrolled in this program will be left in limbo again, unsure how they can meet their student loan obligations and keep food on the table or a roof over their heads. Instead of shooting down every attempt to address this crisis, Congress must take action to provide comprehensive, long-term solutions to make higher education more affordable and simplify the repayment process for student loan borrowers. I oppose this rule, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts? Reserves? Gentlelady from Indiana?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support the CARS Act, which will stop this executive overreach by the Biden administration by preventing the implementation of regulations that seek to limit consumer choice and instead of allowing consumers to choose their vehicles, the vehicle that best suits their needs. The Environmental Protection Agency has produced a rule that will effectively require over 2/3 of all vehicles sold in the United States to be fully electric in less than 9 years. While I believe electric vehicles have their place in society, this misguided EPA mandate would have an immediate detrimental impact on the choices and the affordability of cars, trucks, SUVs, and that are available to my constituents. Despite billions of dollars being spent on part of the Biden administration's IIJA infrastructure bill to expand our nation's EV charging network, at present the electric grid is incapable of supporting this. Not to mention the fact that according to the Department of Energy, the range of EVs is reduced by over 40% in cold weather, and I remind you I am from the state of Wisconsin. For the rural cold climates in my district, EVs are simply not the answer at this time. Even more troublesome is that biofuels were barely mentioned in the IIJA, which means that the clean, renewable energy options to power our country's transportations are nearly forgotten by the Biden administration. Despite ethanol production supporting more than 300,000 jobs concentrated in rural areas and adding $43 billion to the U.S. economy or economic output in 2019 alone. I'm proud to also co-sponsor the Flex Fuel Fairness Act, which would provide a meaningful incentive for automakers to manufacture flex fuel vehicles in addition to battery-powered electric vehicles. This would offer more options to consumers and unlock increased use of lower carbon liquid fuel blends which contain higher levels of ethanol, including E85 and E30. Flex fuel vehicles are the exact type of domestic support transportation solution that Congress and this federal government should be incentivizing. So let's encourage these vehicles to be used, not Chinese-mined batteries. Not only would the EPA's proposed regulations severely limit the consumer's choices for affordable vehicles, we would understand, not only would the EPA's proposed regulations severely limit consumers' choice for affordable vehicles that fit the need for the average Americans, and an over-reliance on EVs would be a drastic consequences to our national security. This is why. Up to 90% of the electric vehicle battery supply chain comes from the Chinese Communist Party. For the foreseeable future, at least 67% of all forecasted battery cell manufacturing controlled by China will take place until 2032. In contrast to China, the United States has 7% of the global battery production capacity. The batteries that power EVs require critical minerals including lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite, and magnesium. And the key component here is cobalt. 73% of the world's cobalt is produced by the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that is mined by children. The Chinese Communist Party controls over 2/3 of the global production of cobalt. So, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we understand that if we go through with this measure, we are essentially sanctioning child slavery, and that is unforgivable. So, in fact, this bill does something. It's for the moms and dads that are driving their children to school, and it's to prevent these children from having to work in slavery, and it also supports our farmers who feed the world. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note that Congress has provided $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers, and they've built so far 0. According to this article recently published by Politico, the United States has around 180,000 chargers today, according to the Energy Department, including 41,000 of the type of chargers that can alleviate what they're calling range anxiety. They expect that the U.S. will need 1.2 million public chargers by 2030 to meet the demand, including 182,000 fast chargers. This rollout, again, I would say this rule is not ready for prime time. We don't even have the vehicle charging stations available, and we don't expect that if zero have been built, we would meet that demand. I would like to submit this, Mr. Speaker, submit this article to the record.
Without objection.
And with that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which clearly states that this House will keep our promise to American seniors and workers to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare against any cuts to these crucial programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, it is important that my colleagues vote yes, vote to defeat the previous question, because my Republican friends have made it clear time and time again that they're going after Social Security. The cuts and benefit cuts are on the table. They have repeatedly made that clear. So it is important that this House speak with one voice, or at least the majority speak, that we reject Republican attempts to renege on our promise to our senior citizens and make it clear that we will not stand for any cuts to this important program. And Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 1/2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 1/2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of House Resolution 178, which preserves the benefits our seniors are entitled to and ensures these programs are available for future generations. While House Republicans are focused on embracing extreme fiscal policies that will defund the critical programs that Americans depend on, House Democrats are fighting to protect and strengthen them. In my district alone, we have 90,000 residents who are eligible for Medicare and Social Security. That is why we must protect these critical lifelines for our seniors, families, and our most vulnerable neighbors. While Republicans may say the right things when they are with their constituents, their actions speak louder than words. Republicans have repeatedly tried to cut and modify these programs and take away the benefits that Americans have paid into and earned. They have proposed ending federal programs after 5 years unless reauthorized. They have proposed eliminating cost of living adjustments for some seniors. They have proposed vouchers, and they have proposed increasing the retirement age. House Resolution 178 commits the House of Representatives to protecting Social Security and Medicare and makes clear their status as foundational promises of our society. This resolution honors the wishes of the majority of the American people to strengthen and improve Social Security and Medicare, and ensures that these programs will be available for future generations of Americans. In short, House Resolution 178 represents what House Democrats stand for, putting people over politics. I ask my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can bring up this important legislation, and I yield back.
Is the gentleman reserved? The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Indiana for providing me a few minutes to speak on this rule. The rule that I rise in support of, governing House Joint Resolution 88. This joint resolution, which is proposed today, disapproves of the final rule submitted by the Department of Education relating to the income-driven repayment scheme devised by the Biden administration. Now, this scheme is bad on a number of levels, but it is disastrous because it's disastrous for not just the student borrower, but it's also disastrous for the educational institution beneficiary and the general taxpayer, all three. These types of plans drive up the cost of higher education because neither the school nor the student borrower has any incentive to make market-driven decisions
about education. The total cost of tuition and fees goes up as a result. The use of scarcity of resources, seemingly in this case, is ignored because there appears to be no end of resources, but we know that's not true. The value of the education provided goes down. The return on the investment is completely disregarded because the student borrower has no incentive to determine whether or not the amount borrowed has any relativity to and correlation to the amount that he or she's going to be able to make on the backside of their education. And so they borrow whatever they want to borrow. And schools continue to rise tuition and fees because they know the students won't have to pay it back. They can borrow it from the federal government, and the taxpayer generally will pay that bill on their behalf. The second thing that this new proposed rule by the Biden administration does is it redistributes wealth through the education department. That's effectively what it does when it says, oh, you, the borrower, you don't have to repay your debt. Everybody else in society will repay that debt. We simply cannot let this stand. We cannot let this rule proposed by the Department of Education stand, and I support the joint resolution 88 and its underlying rule that will disregard this rule, will unravel it, and will say to the Biden administration, no more. We stand for the taxpayers. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member. And Mr. Speaker, I stand in opposition to the rule and to the bills underlying it. Today we have an extreme Republican proposal that would make college more expensive and paying for it harder for hard-working families across America. College costs have soared in recent years. They've put higher education out of reach for too many. They've straddled families and students with excessive student debt. We are the only country in the world facing a dire student loan debt crisis. The Biden administration saw this problem, and they promised they would try to address it. But every solution that they've come up with that would make it easier for my communities, the people in rural America, Latinos, women, people who haven't gone to college before and choose to, they have made it more expensive and harder. The latest action by the Biden administration makes sense. It is the Save Student Loan Repayment Plan, and it's already fulfilling its promise. It has saved 5.5 million Americans thousands of dollars for people who are enrolled in that program, including from New Mexico, 7,500 in my own district. The SAVE program ties your payments, your student loan payments, to your income. This is vital for my gente, the people of New Mexico who often go into careers like education and public service that don't pay as well. This program helps people who are following their hearts into careers that aren't the highest paying, that when they pay their student debt, it will be tied to their income. But instead of addressing the debt crisis, my colleagues across the aisle want to gut the SAVE program and make college more expensive for the 5.5 million Americans using it now. That's outrageous. Let's get back.
And you, the gentlelady, an additional minute.
Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized for an additional minute.
This is outrageous. The Senate rejected this same Republican proposal last month. Let's address the student debt crisis at its roots. Let's get back to lowering costs for working families and putting people over politics. Republicans seem to always want to make it more costly, more expensive for people to get along. I am so pleased that Democrats don't, and they stand for the working family. With that, I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to note that the criticism that this bill does nothing to address the spiraling cost of education is just not true. The cost of higher education always rises in connection with the availability of student loans. Making student loans widely available with government backing has caused this wild cost increase in higher education, which has increased 4.6 times the rate of inflation since 1971. Canceling student loan debt will not lead to reductions in the cost of higher education. It will instead likely have the opposite effect, encouraging colleges and universities to raise tuition and other fees, knowing full well that the costs of these items will ultimately be borne by the taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Well, I thank the gentlelady, and I noticed that the gentlelady from New Mexico just posited that it is Republicans who want to drive up the prices and the cost of everything for the American people. But what she doesn't tell you is what she means is that we don't believe that government funding is how you measure how people prosper in this country. And in fact, it is our Democratic colleagues who force through regulations and policies and programs that are making the American dream completely out of reach for the American people. We're seeing it every single day with the president and administration that literally doesn't care what the impact is on the average American family. 87% of Americans do not have student loans. Large numbers of Americans have paid off their student loans or are still working to do so. My wife, the product of a single mom who put herself through school and figured it out, is still paying off her loans, which she has done for 20 years now. That's the truth. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to ignore the Supreme Court. They want to end run both common sense and the law. They want to find ways to subsidize the handful at the expense of the many. And they're doing it not just with education, while they destroy our education system and undermine the American dream for the American people, but they're doing it with respect to chasing unicorn energy dreams while they subsidize billion-dollar corporations. They subsidize the wealthy with EVs, electric vehicles that cost $16,000 more than the average internal combustion engine. And now they've got a rule being carried out by executive fiat by the administration that they want to put in place, which will force by 2032 approximately 2/3 of the fleet being built for the American people to use for automobiles to be electric vehicles. Now, that might be concerning if you're a working class American, given that they cost $16,000 more, given that they are demonstrably more expensive to repair, given that they are demonstrably less flexible for your life. If you live, for example, in Texas, where you might need to drive from Austin to Midland or Austin to Dallas or Houston, or you need to be able to move around the state. You might be a farmer. You might need to haul goods and services. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't seem to care about people who live in the northern states that are cold, where batteries take a full charge just to defrost, in Alaska, for example. But that mandate doesn't seem to matter to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, so you, the American people, are going to be the ones left holding the bag, unable to do your job, unable to carry out your livelihood, unable to afford the basics of life. The average American family is spending $11,000 a year more just to make ends meet since the beginning of this administration in January of 21. Now, this administration wants to pile on. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to stop us from doing our job in Article 1 to check an out-of-control executive branch, an out-of-control Biden administration that is bankrupting the American family, destroying the American dream. Republicans in this body, in this chamber, have been advancing bill after bill that would help the American people secure the border, have a strong national defense, help them afford education, stop the ridiculousness of these mandates driving up the cost of vehicles. And they send it over to the Senate and it dies. The only question is whether Republicans are going to stand up and jam down the throats of recalcitrant Democrats in this administration to change the policies of an administration that are undermining the American people and the American dream. That's the truth. That's the actual truth. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the gentleman who just yelled at us that his party's in charge. And he's talking about jamming things down the throats of Democrats and the Senate and the White House as if somehow that's a way to get anything done for the American people. He talks about standing up. I mean, what did they do when we were on the verge of shutting the government down? They didn't stand up. Democrats had to stand up and save the day. But there's one thing that the gentleman has said that I do agree with, is when he came to the floor and he shouted, like, one thing. I want my Republican colleagues to tell me one thing, one, that I can go back and campaign on and say that we did. One material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done. And the bottom line is, he's right. The Republican majority in this House has done nothing to help the American people. It is a disgrace. It is political malpractice. And the bills that we're debating here today, you know, that they're making sound like, oh, if we pass these bills and once the ink dries, this is the law. I mean, these bills are going nowhere. These bills are going nowhere. I mean, what they do is tell you about values. I mean, the gentlelady from Indiana mentioned in her opening remarks that student loan forgiveness is, quote, not fair because not everybody goes to college. I mean, think about that. Not fair? By her logic, public high schools aren't fair. Public middle schools aren't fair. Public elementary schools aren't fair. I mean, my kids aren't in middle school or high school anymore, but I'm proud that my tax dollars help pay for other people's kids to get an education. That's how it should work. It helps make us more competitive. It strengthens our country when our students are the best educated in the world. It's the right thing to do. The bottom line is that Republicans seem to think that education is just not a good idea, that somehow we don't benefit from a well-educated workforce. But they're wrong. They're wrong. Democrats have a different view. We believe education is important, and we ought to support it. We believe more Americans having a good education helps everyone. You know, we believe more Americans with college degrees uplifts our whole economy, not just those who go to college. So if my colleagues oppose student loan forgiveness because it isn't fair, that's what they say, I guess they just want to get rid of our whole public education system. And I know some of them do. I hear them bash public education every chance they get. But I think most people think that's nuts. So, I mean, again, we have an opportunity to do something meaningful to help people, and we bring these bills to the floor. I guess they're filler. You know, I don't know, maybe they make good posts on social media for the Republican base, but this is a complete waste of time. And so the gentleman from Texas was right when he said, you know, name one thing that Republicans have done. And the bottom line is he couldn't, and nobody came to help him out because my friends on the other side have done nothing. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, because these bills are so impactful, you know, the demand to speak is underwhelming, so I think I'm left. I'm the only one left. So I will close.
I will reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with just 1 week left before we finish our official business for this year, these are the three measures the House Republican leadership have decided that we should focus on. A bill to overcorrect a problem in a way that would hinder U.S. global research. A bill to limit consumer choice, promote pollution, and hurt America's economic leadership. And a bill that attacks the Biden administration for addressing the serious financial concerns of low and middle income student loan borrowers. That's it. That's it. Now they want to go home for the holidays instead of addressing, I don't know, anything that matters. And I will repeat again, they have done nothing in this Congress that helps people. It almost feels like Groundhog Day every time we come to the floor. We've considered multiple bills to roll back environmental rules and protections, multiple bills that promote the far right's bizarre culture wars, multiple bills that would help Republicans' greedy corporate friends and billionaire donors instead of everyday people. A rule is taken down one day, we are trying to elect a new speaker the next. votes on measures to destroy, deflect, and distract, but not to fix any of the very real problems that our constituents face. We are on an extreme MAGA merry-go-round. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, I want to get off this ride. And so do the people I represent. They are sick and tired of this. And as we have all year, House Democrats continue to extend the hand of partnership. We will try to find common ground so we can lower costs and grow the middle class. The American people deserve a Congress that can put people over politics and meet their urgent needs. They are not getting that with this Republican majority. And as I said before, you guys are doing a lousy job, and it shows. And the only good news is that I believe after the next election, you will no longer be in the majority. I hear from Democrats, I hear from independents, I hear from Republicans all the time about their disappointment with the failure of this Congress to address any of the real concerns that they have. Everything is a soundbite. Everything is a gotcha vote. Everything is, an appeal to the most extreme right wing of the right wing. Enough. Enough. I hope my friends will reconsider their priorities and actually start focusing in on things that the American people care about. And I urge a strong no vote on this rule, no vote on the underlying bills, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Lady Manana recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. We have before us the opportunity to move legislation that could have a positive effect on the everyday lives of Americans. This is not nothing. Whether it's overreach of the bureaucratic state or protecting our colleges and universities from bad actors, the choice before us in this rule is clear, and we must take action. H.R. 4486, the CARS Act, protects American consumers, protects their freedom of choice, and does not give China the upper hand in the energy economy of the future. We must let market forces work and American ingenuity lead the way, not pursue mandates and unrealistic green agendas that drive us off a fiscal cliff and pick winners and losers. H.R. 5933, the Defending Education Transparency and Ending Rogue Regimes Engaging in Nefarious Transaction Act, or the Deterrent Act, takes seriously our responsibility to carefully evaluate foreign partnerships, particularly with countries of concern. We must ensure our adversaries are not given a platform within our classrooms to work against the United States, our values, and our interests. H.J. Res. 88, the joint resolution nullifying President Biden's reckless income-driven repayment plans, which will increase rather than decrease the cost of college. This Biden rule would effectively forgive nearly half of the student loan debt and cost taxpayers at least $138 billion over the next 10 years. Therefore, it's the responsibility of Congress to reject this rule as we continue our work to address the cost of higher education in the United States. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Did I gavel out? Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 906, adoption of the resolution if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: H.R. 1547, H.R. 3848, H.R. 542, and House Resolution 894. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 906, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 52, House Resolution 906. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4468 to prohibit the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing a proposed rule with respect to emissions from vehicles and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5933 to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require additional information and disclosures of foreign gifts and contracts from foreign sources, restrict contracts with certain foreign entities and foreign countries of concern, require certain staff and faculty to report foreign gifts and contracts, and require disclosure of certain foreign investments with endowments, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 88, providing for the congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to improving income-driven repayment for the William D. Ford Federal Direct Loan Program and the Federal Family Education Loan, FFEL program.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 200. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
The Speaker.
What purpose, gentlemen?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote? There we go. A roll call vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a record vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 201. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the resolution is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1547 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 137, H.R. 1547, a bill to direct the Secretary of Transportation to conduct a study on the cost and benefits of commuter rail passenger transportation involving transfers and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Resolution? All right. On this vote, the yeas are 356 and the nays are 61. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are to suspend the bill is passed, and without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I got lost in the script. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, unfinished business in the vote of the motion of the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3848 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 152, H.R. 3848, a bill to make certain improvements in the laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs relating to homelessness and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic devices. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are 10, 2/3 being the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Berkman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 542 as amended, on which the nays and yeas are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 542, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve certain programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs for home and community-based services for veterans and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 412 and the nays, 2/3 being. Vote, the yeas are 414 and the nays are 5. The 2/3 being the yeas are 414, the nays are 5. 2/3 in the affirmative. The rules suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, to suspend the rules, agree to a House Resolution 894, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 894, a resolution strongly condemning and denouncing the drastic rise of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 311, the nays are 14, and the presents recorded are 92. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I sent to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 908. Resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, Committee on the Judiciary. Mr. Armstrong.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privilege of the House. The form of the resolution...
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The form of the resolution is as follows. A resolution censuring Representative Jamal Bowman. Whereas on September 30th, 2023, the House of Representatives was considering legislation to avoid a lapse of appropriations for federal agencies and departments, which would result in a shutdown of those agencies and departments. Jamal Bowman, the representative from the 16th Congressional District of New York, pulled a fire alarm. Whereas Section 22-1319 of the District of Columbia Criminal Code makes it knowingly causing a false alarm of fire as a misdemeanor punishable by fine or imprisonment or up to 6 months or both. Whereas Section 22-1319 of the District of Columbia Criminal Code states, it shall be unlawful for any persons or persons to willingly or knowingly give a false alarm of fire within the District of Columbia. And any person or persons violating the provisions of this subsection shall, upon conviction, be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and be punished by a fine not more than the amount set forth by Section 22-3571.01 of this code, or by imprisonment not for more than 6 months, or by both such fine and imprisonment. Whereas on October 26, 2023, Representative Bowman pled guilty to violating Section 22-1319 of the District of Columbia Criminal Code and was required to pay a $1,000 fine and write an apology letter to the United States Capitol Police and was placed on probation. And whereas the actions of Representative Bowman forced the evacuation of Cannon House office building and disrupted the work of Congress as a vote was underway on the floor of the House, now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives censures Jamal Bowman, representative from the 16th Congressional District of New York. Representative Jamal Bowman will forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for pronouncement of censure, and Representative Bowman will be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. Thank you.
Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of privilege of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from Michigan will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not, at this point, determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. For
Rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of the Honorable Herb Jones, Jr. On September 16th, Herb passed away peacefully at the age of 93. He was a devoted Christian who taught Sunday school and volunteered on mission trips across the U.S. He was a statesman as well. Herb served in the Georgia House of Representatives for 14 years and spent 6 of those years being the House Minority Leader. His accomplishments are too numerous for one speech, but some of them include casting electoral college votes for President Reagan, working to expand the Georgia ports, and helping to secure crucial funding for Memorial Medical Center. Herb was humble. He was gracious. He was loving, loyal, and kind, always putting others before himself. He was also an inspiration to me, as he was there with me when I first went into the Georgia House of Representatives, and I will always appreciate his counsel. He'll be remembered by all for his years of selfless service to the state of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss President Biden's successful actions to battle climate change. In the last 3 years, the Biden administration has protected more than 21 million acres of public lands and water. It launched the American Climate Corps to mobilize the next generation of clean energy and conservation workers. It has helped the country cut fossil fuel emissions in half by 2030. The President's climate actions have generated more than $350 billion in clean energy and private investment, and created more than 210,000 clean energy jobs in the last 15 months. Now the administration continues their climate improvements with a $3 billion pledge to the Green Climate Fund and new standards to reduce methane emissions and other pollutants from oil and gas operations. These actions show President's commitment to reducing climate change and supporting America.
Gentleman's time has expired.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise in honor of Lieutenant General Dan Karbler, Commanding General of Army Space and Missile Defense Command and the Joint Functional Component Command for Integrated Missile Defense, on his upcoming retirement. When he took command at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama, General Karbler shared a vision of a people-first team providing unmatched expertise to support joint warfighting readiness across all domains. This vision has not only been achieved, but set an example for what excellence looks like, with SMDC and JIFIC IMD being named the best place to work in the Department of Defense for 2 years in a row. Known for his candor, thoughtfulness, and humility, his legacy will live on much longer than his 36 years in active duty service to the United States Army. General Karbler, I speak for many in thanking you, your wife, Leah, and especially your dad, Tim, and he continues that fight. I'll tell you this, your children, Lauren and Tim, for your extraordinary service, and wishing you a happy and restful retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the first female Supreme Court Justice, Sandra Day O'Connor, who passed away last Friday. Frequently referred to as the most powerful woman in America, Justice O'Connor, who was highly gifted and dignified, paved the way for women on the highest court in our land. Justice O'Connor knew the value of being the first. She felt a special obligation as the first woman. When she was appointed to the court by President Ronald Reagan in 1981, no woman in the court's nearly 200-year history has ever graced the bench with her intellect. Her diligence and legal mastery moved America forward, and she always knew how to find the big middle in her opinions. Since her retirement in 2006, 4 female Supreme Court justices have been appointed and confirmed to the bench of the highest court in our land. That is only 5 women in 234 years. In our nation's history, our great state of Ohio has never elected a female senator. Including myself, Ohio has only ever elected 13 female representatives. Our nation has not seen a female president yet. Women in our nation have many glass ceilings to shatter and many more firsts to go. Mr. Speaker, I honor Justice O'Connor, her character, her legacy, and I honor and encourage the new firsts yet to come from among America's aspiring young women. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on a crisis of displacement, tax evasion, and lack of housing affordability that is directly affecting our communities, including the people of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District and their families. You see, because of Act 22 and the federal tax loopholes, Puerto Rico is the only place where a wealthy American with no tie to the island can move and evade paying any federal taxes that represent essential funds for safety net programs and critical infrastructure in our districts. And while those Americans seek out a tax shelter in Puerto Rico, they're driving up the price of rent by 600%, they're privatizing lands that belong to the people, and they're robbing Puerto Ricans of affordable housing and driving the 2nd largest migration of the island that the island has seen. Congress has the responsibility to close the Act 22 loophole, hurting Puerto Rico and depriving our districts of vital services. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize the Massillon Tigers high school football team as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. With a record-breaking season of 16-0, the Tigers won their first ever Ohio High School Athletic Association Division II championship last week. In a repeat of the Massillon versus Archbishop Holman High School, also another Ohio 13th District High School, playoff rivalry for the 5th time in 6 years, the Tigers edged out their opponents with a hard-fought 7-2 victory. More than 14,000 fans filled the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium to cheer on the best of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, demonstrating just how much this team and this championship means to the entire district. This victory is a testament to the hard work and determination of these exceptional student athletes, both on the field and in the classroom. Once again, our phenomenal student athletes in Ohio's 13th Congressional District are reaffirming our district legacy as the birthplace of champions and for the city of champions, which is the motto of Massillon. Congratulations again, Massillon Tigers, for your hard work, and I hope you continue to dominate the world of sports one play at a time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Start here. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with a heavy heart and solemn remembrance that I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a former First Lady of the United States, former First Lady of the state of Georgia, a great wife, loving mother, doting grandmother, and great-grandmother, a dedicated servant leader and friend of long standing, Mrs. Rosalyn Smith Carter. Sadly, Mrs. Carter transitioned this life on November 19, 2023. Her funeral service was held at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, November 29, 2023 at the Maranatha Baptist Church in her home of Plains, Georgia. Rosalyn Smith Carter was born and raised in Plains, Georgia, to the union of Wilburn Edgar Smith and Frances Alethea Allie Murray Smith. She graduated valedictorian from Plains High School and attended Georgia Southwestern College, now Georgia Southwestern State University, in Americus, Georgia, where she served as vice president of a class and graduated in 1946. In 1945, she began dating James Earl Jimmy Carter Jr., also from Plains, and whose family farmed peanuts. Jimmy was attending the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland at the time, and they were married in Plains on July 7th, 1946. And they would go on to spend 77 cherished years together. Following the death of her father-in-law, James Earl Carter Sr., in 1953, Rosalyn, Jimmy, and their 3 sons returned to Plains, Georgia from Norfolk, Virginia, where he had been stationed in the Navy, as Jimmy was now tasked with running the family business. Rosalyn took over its bookkeeping, and she proved herself a formidable business partner. After her husband was elected to the Georgia State Senate in 1962, her role on the peanut farm grew, especially while he traveled to Atlanta for legislative sessions. In 1970, Senator Jimmy Carter launched his campaign for governor, and Rosalyn took a leading role on the campaign trail. In addition to handling most of her husband's political correspondence and meeting with constituents, Mrs. Carter began to travel across the state of Georgia to campaign in his behalf. Following Jimmy Carter's election as governor, Mrs. Carter served as Georgia's First Lady from 1971 to 1975, where she would take on the role of Governor Carter's trusted advisor and confidant. She was appointed to the Governor's Commission to improve services for the mentally and emotionally handicapped, where she formally began working on one of her foremost initiatives, improving and breaking the stigma surrounding mental health. In 1972, Governor Carter gave me, a young beginning lawyer, my first political appointment, a seat on the Governor's Advisory Council on Drug Abuse. Governor Carter completed his term in January of 1975, and Georgia's Constitution then banned its governors from serving successive terms. Prior to moving back to Plains, Governor Carter had already announced his intention to run for President of the United States in the 1976 election. Rosalyn Carter once again joined the campaign and quickly began traveling the nation on her husband's behalf to tell American voters why this soft-spoken Georgia peanut farmer should become President of the United States. In November of 1976, Jimmy Carter was elected President of the United States, and Rosalyn accompanied him to the White House, where she would make her mark in defining what it meant to be America's First Lady. While serving as First Lady of the United States from 1977 to 1981, Mrs. Carter made it clear that she had no intention of solely carrying out the duties traditionally left to wives of presidents. As an equal partner to her husband, she attended many cabinet meetings and attended weekly business meetings with President Carter, where she would be informed and could give meaningful advice and counsel to the policy issues of the day. The egalitarian relationship between President and Mrs. Carter drew widespread interest, but also criticism from those who believe the wife of the U.S. president should focus solely on homemaking and hosting White House parties and events for foreign dignitaries. The Carters brushed their critics aside, and in 1977, President Carter appointed Rosalyn the honorary chair of the President's Commission on Mental Health. In 1979, the Commission submitted a mental health systems bill to Congress, and Mrs. Carter testified in support of the bill before a U.S. Senate subcommittee, becoming the first presidential wife since Eleanor Roosevelt to do so. Subsequently, the Mental Health Systems Act was passed by Congress and signed into law by President Carter on October 7, 1980. Following President Carter's loss in the 1980 presidential election, the Carter family returned to Plains, Georgia, where they continued to make a positive impact on both their local community and the world. Mr. and Mrs. Carter continued their ministry of service after their time in the White House with the same vigor and urgency, becoming heavily involved in Habitat for Humanity, whose international headquarters was then located in Americus, Georgia. The Carters' work with Habitat for Humanity drew national attention through the annual Jimmy and Rosalyn Carter Work Project, which helped the upstart nonprofit organization grow and construct thousands and thousands of new homes for low and middle income families. In 1982, Rosalyn and Jimmy founded the Carter Center, a nonprofit human rights organization which has since become famous for its work to eradicate disease, strengthen democracies, and alleviate human suffering all around the world. Mrs. Carter served as the vice chair of the Carter Center from 1986 to 2005 and served as a member of the Board of Trustees from 2005 until her death. Throughout her life, she sought to improve the quality of life of those who suffered from mental illness and disability, including those who care for them. Mrs. Carter established the Rosalyn Carter Institute for Caregivers in 1987 at her alma mater, Georgia Southwestern State University in Americus. Today, the Rosalyn Carter Institute supports caregivers across the United States through research, creating dementia and Alzheimer's disease programs and other tools that help Americans learn how to be effective caregivers to their loved ones. Mother Teresa once said, "A life not lived for others is not a life." I can say without a shadow of a doubt that Rosalyn Carter lived her life for others and went beyond the call of duty to do so. It's been an honor to know Rosalyn and Jimmy Carter for more than half a century, and I will always cherish their friendship as well as their sage counsel and advice, which has been invaluable to me as I've served in Congress. They have been my constituents for 31 years, and they did not hold back in expressing their opinion on the issues of the day. Together, they rose to great heights, supporting and cherishing one another along the way as they served the world around them. From the Plains peanut fields to the governor's mansion to the White House and to communities around the globe, they always remained grounded, and Plains remained home in their hearts. Rosalyn Carter accomplished so much for so many for so long. She did so with the grace of God as well as the love and support of her devoted husband, their 5 children, their 22 grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues of the United States House of Representatives to join my wife Vivian and me, along with the more than 765,000 people of Georgia's 2nd Congressional District and people all around the world, in honoring the great service to humanity of Mrs. Rosalyn Carter and extending our deepest sympathies to her family. At this time, I would like to yield such time as he may consume to my colleague from Georgia, from the 8th District, my good friend, the Honorable Austin Scott of the 8th District of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Bishop, for his courtesy and for leading this. And as we're here to honor the former First Lady of both Georgia and the United States, Rosalyn Carter. She was a great lady, an outstanding Georgian, a Navy spouse, a distinguished humanitarian who dedicated her life in bettering her country and her community. I want to say this about both her and President Carter. The Carter name is synonymous with a faith in and a love for Jesus Christ. And anybody in our part of the state, I lived about an hour from them, who knows the Carter family and their legacy, is that they continue to teach and be active in their church. And they are just wonderful people. They love Georgia. They love the United States of America. And specifically, they loved rural Georgia and South Georgia. And she would have been very proud, I know, that All 5 of the First Ladies were there in a bipartisan manner to show respect to her at her memorial service in a bipartisan manner. She was born and raised in Plains, Georgia. She attended Georgia Southwestern College before she married former president, beloved Georgia governor and farmer Jimmy Carter. What you might not know is that she first saw President Carter, was attracted to President Carter, when she saw him in his naval uniform as he was a graduate of the Naval Academy. But she was his equivalent in every way when they served together, whether it was as First Lady of our great state from 1971 to 75 or as First Lady of the United States of America. She's a long-term advocate of mental health in Georgia, aiming to increase mental health services and to stop the stigma that surrounds mental illness. She was appointed to serve on the Governor's Commission to improve resources for the mentally and emotionally handicapped. She volunteered at the Georgia Regional Hospital in Atlanta and was an honorary chairperson for the Georgia Special Olympics. After her husband became President of the United States in 1977, it was Ms. Carter who elevated the role of the First Lady for the generations to come by continuing to work to improve mental health services across the United States. And she actually sat in on cabinet meetings, and if I'm not mistaken, she was the first of the First Ladies to sit in on the cabinet meetings. During her time in the White House, the mental health care was one of her priorities to increase government assistance to the mentally ill. She later became an honorary chair of the President's Commission on Mental Health. After leaving the White House, she co-founded the Carter Center alongside her husband in 1982 to advocate for democracy and peace across the globe and establish mental health programs to collaborate on mental health policy. Her passion for mental health advocacy encouraged her to create the Rosalyn Carter Institute for Caregivers, which addresses issues in caregiving, not just in the United States, but internationally. She was also the sponsor of the USS Jimmy Carter, one of the most distinguished submarines in the history of the United States Navy. A sponsor is named by the Secretary of the Navy, and the sponsor's role is an important one. Ms. Carter participated in many of the milestones in the life of her ship, including smashing the bottle against the bow of the submarine and bestowing its name in 2004. The following year, the USS Jimmy Carter was commissioned and entered the fleet after she said in her role as sponsor, "Man our ship and bring her to life." Rosalyn Carter's dedication to public service made her an inspiration to everyone. Our nation is thankful for her grace and bipartisanship as First Lady. Our prayers are with President Jimmy Carter and the Carter family. May we can continue to carry her patriotic legacy as we serve the people of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Bishop, for leading this hour. I want to thank the Carter family for their service to this country. And with that, I yield the time.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia, my friend and my colleague, and I thank you for joining with me in organizing today's bipartisan special order hour in honor of First Lady Rosalyn Carter. At this time, I would like to recognize my colleague from Georgia, the gentleman from the 13th District, and the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. David Scott.
Thank you.
For 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Congressman Bishop. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise at this time feeling a great honor to be here in the House of Representatives of the United States to say a few words about an extraordinary person. You know, as I reflect, I am thinking of 3 specific instances of my interaction with this wonderful lady that I think shares a great light on the legacy of her story. One was where I served in the Georgia State Senate, and I was chairman of the State Senate Rules Committee, and we were dealing with a very serious issue facing our farmers, particularly our peanut farmers. And into the committee walked this lady, Miss Rosalyn Carter, to express the need to help these farmers. And it ruled the day because there was some debate on that. But she turned it and gave a resounding victory, helped give that victory to our farmers. And then the other incident was in the Rules Committee, we had another bill. It was to give our young people of Georgia scholarships in our university systems. And some had great problems with that. It was a good friend, Zell Miller's bill, Governor Zell Miller at the time. And some wanted to reference it as gambling because it was related to that. However, with Rosalyn Carter there, again, she was able to help get a victory. And now the third time was when Rosalyn Carter came into my district in Georgia. It was in the neighborhood of Summer Hill and Grant Park. And there she was with us all, hammering nails and building houses for those that needed houses in my district. What a lady. And you know, Mr. Speaker, them that's got shall get, and them that's not shall lose. Because the Bible says, and it still is news, your mama may have and your papa may have, but God bless the child that's got its own. And Mr. Speaker, Rosalyn Carter was most assuredly a child of God. And we thank God for sending Miss Rosalyn Carter our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Scott. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Georgia's 1st Congressional District, the Honorable Buddy Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for hosting this. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and to remember the life of the late First Lady Rosalyn Carter, a trailblazer, a great American, a strong Christian, and an icon in the state of Georgia. Born in 1927 in Plains, Georgia, like her husband, Ms. Carter came from very humble beginnings. She was the valedictorian of Plains High School and soon after, a proud graduate of Georgia Southwestern College. She married the future president, Jimmy Carter, in 1946, whom she remained dutifully married to until her passing this past November. Rosalyn Carter wasn't just any Georgian. She was one of the best. Her entire life exemplifies what it means to be selfless, to serve others and her community. She dedicated herself to improving the lives of those around her, the lives of Georgians, and the lives of Americans. She became a pioneer in the mental health space, helping to found the Carter Center with the mission of alleviating human suffering and advancing human rights. She was also active in Habitat for Humanity, building homes for the less fortunate members of our community. Through her entire life, Rosalyn Carter lived with the mission of leaving the world a better place than when she got here. I want to pay particular attention to her work in the mental health space. Rosalyn Carter was a trailblazer in mental health issues. At a time when mental health issues were something that weren't accepted in this country, she led. For that, I think she will always be thanked. Through her entire life, she lived with the mission of leaving the world a better place than when she got here. I can confidently say she accomplished that mission. And though she is no longer with us, her legacy and her impact have been felt by millions and will be felt by millions in the future. I had the pleasure of serving with her grandson, Jason, in the Georgia State Senate. I remember how proud Jason was of his grandparents. I remember the love that he expressed for his grandmother. Mr. Speaker, in our lives, there are people and places we remember. For the state of Georgia, we always will remember Rosalyn Carter. An inspiration to all of us. My prayers are with her family, with former President Carter, and the millions of Americans affected by her loss. Thank you again to my colleague from Georgia for inviting me to speak today and giving me this opportunity to honor one of the true great Georgians of our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Carter. At this time, I would recognize the gentleman from Georgia's 4th Congressional District, Mr. Hank Johnson.
I appreciate that, my friend, Representative Sanford Bishop, and I rise in celebration of the remarkable life of an extraordinary woman, a true Georgia treasure, First Lady Rosalyn Carter. I extend my deepest condolences to her family and friends. In my representation of the citizens of Georgia's 4th Congressional District, it is my honor to acknowledge the indelible impact Ms. Carter had, not only on the state of Georgia, but also on our country. From her tireless advocacy for mental health and disability rights to her dedication to humanitarian causes, Rosalyn Carter exemplified the essence of public service. A graduate of Georgia Southwestern College in Americus, Georgia, Rosalyn Carter was an accomplished woman who graduated as valedictorian of her class in 1946. She became an accomplished businesswoman while establishing herself as an equal partner to her husband, Jimmy, who would later become President of the United States. Mrs. Carter was a devoted wife and mother, and her love and support for her husband, President Jimmy Carter, was unwavering. Her grace, resilience, and unwavering commitment to fostering a compassionate society have left an enduring legacy. In her selfless pursuit of making the world a better place, Rosalyn Carter embodied the finest qualities of leadership, even expanding the role of First Lady by attending cabinet meetings and offering wise counsel to her husband and our president. As we celebrate the life of this consummate Southern gentlewoman, let us all commit to living a life such as hers, one that has enriched the fabric of our country and serves as a guiding light for generations to come. I want to thank the gentleman representing Georgia's 2nd Congressional District, Sanford Bishop, for organizing this special order hour. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and at this time I would like to recognize my friend and colleague from Georgia's 11th District, Representative Barry Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk.
Thank my friend from Georgia for yielding the time and for setting up this time to honor the life of Rosalyn Carter. I am a native Georgian, and I grew up in Georgia. The town I grew up in is represented by my good friend, Mr. Scott. But where I live now is in North Georgia, in the northern part of the state, and right behind my house is a cemetery that graves date back before the Civil War. There's some even as far back as the late 1700s. I like to walk through that cemetery and think about the history that's there. And as you go to each one of the tombstones there, in most cases you have a birth date and a date of their death, but in between those are the dash. And as I tell my children, it's not the date you were born that matters, nor the date that you die, but it's what you did in that dash that matters. The Carters have left an impact on the state of Georgia that has personally impacted me. I remember as Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia, the 76th governor of Georgia, and Rosalyn was the first lady, and as it's been said here, she was a champion of mental health issues. I was a young Cub Scout who actually was on a field trip to visit the governor's mansion in the state of Georgia in the early 1970s. As a young Cub Scout, I still remember today walking up the steps of the governor's mansion, and I was met at the front door by Governor Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalyn Carter. I still remember what a sweet demeanor that she had as she welcomed us into her home, the home of the governor of the state of Georgia. And I also remember that as I stretched my hand out and shook her hand, as I pulled it away, she placed in my hand a bag of peanuts. If you go to any of the offices in Georgia today, you will find bags of peanuts in our offices. And every time I see a bag of peanuts, I reflect back as a young Cub Scout having a bag of peanuts placed in my hand by Rosalyn Carter. I didn't realize that legacy would continue on. As I served in the state Senate in Georgia, I served with their grandson, Jason Carter. Although he was on the other side of the aisle, we became good friends and we worked closely together. We joked about our political differences, but we focused upon the things that we agreed upon, and there were many. In fact, when I won my first election for Congress, one of the first calls of congratulation I received was from the Carter family. But the interaction with the Carters did not end there. Just a few years ago, I was working on a piece of legislation called the BUILD Act. The BUILD Act was to reduce government regulation when it comes to the zero-interest mortgages by charity groups such as Habitat for Humanity. When we were working on this bill in the Financial Services Committee, we reached out to the Carters, who helped us with this very important piece of legislation, putting partisanship aside, with their heart still upon doing everything that they can to help the people of Georgia and help the people of this country. They reached out and helped us move along this bipartisan piece of legislation, which, by the way, was the very last piece of legislation that was signed into law by the previous president, Mr. Donald Trump. This is what Rosalyn Carter's dash was about. It was about the people. It was about leaving an impression upon a young Cub Scout that really lasted a lifetime and was an inspiration to me and is still an inspiration going forward. I thank my colleague from Georgia for taking this time, and Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like to yield to the gentlelady from the 5th Congressional District, Ms. Nikema Williams.
Thank you, Congressman Bishop, Dean of our Georgia delegation, for chairing today's special order hour, remembering First Lady Rosalyn Carter, a truly remarkable public servant, a wife, a parent, a grandparent, a friend, and humanitarian, an inspiration to countless people around the globe. Mrs. Carter's impact could be seen last week as thousands of people lined up to honor her in Plains, where she lived with her beloved husband, President Jimmy Carter, her husband of 77 years. And then in Americas, where she attended college, and Atlanta, where she co-founded the Carter Center with President Carter. I was one of those people who paid their respects at the Carter Center as she laid in repose. I'm honored to add to the tributes today on the floor of the House of Representatives. I'm very fortunate to have met First Lady Carter on many occasions, and every time that I met her, I was struck by her grace and her kindness and genuineness. Mrs. Carter embodied service and never stopped working to uplift marginalized communities. I was especially fortunate to partner with Mrs. Carter in that work as we uplifted care workers and an increase in investments to the care economy, which is so essential to everything in our lives. She founded the Rosalyn Carter Institute for Caregivers at Georgia Southwestern State University, her alma mater, which today supports 40 million caregivers across the country and will be an enduring living legacy of the former First Lady. Uplifting care workers was only one of the many issues for which Mrs. Carter was an advocate. Mrs. Carter wasn't afraid to advocate for issues long before it was easy or popular to do so. She was a champion for women's rights and one of the leading supporters of the Equal Rights Amendment. She spearheaded the Mental Health System Act of 1980 to end stigmas around mental illness. As First Lady and with the Carter Center, she strengthened democracy around the globe. And of course, who can forget the images of her and President Carter building homes with Habitat for Humanity for many, many decades? The spirit of service was genuine and a defining characteristic of Mrs. Carter's life. The spirit of service embodied by Rosalyn and Jimmy Carter inspired me and my husband Leslie to name our only son, Carter, in their honor. Every day we strive to ensure that Carter lives up to the spirit of his namesake. While delivering her eulogy, my friend Jason Carter, Mrs. Carter's grandson, said his grandmother's life was a sermon. It's true, and all great sermons compel us to act. Mrs. Carter showed us the power of action while using every opportunity given to us. If the House of Representatives uses our opportunity to act every day to improve the lives of our constituents, we will truly have taken the sermon of Rosalyn Carter's life to heart while honoring her in the best way possible. Thank you, Mr. Dean of our delegation, for honoring Mrs. Carter today and hosting the special order hour, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Williams. And at this time, I would like to recognize the gentlelady from Ohio's 9th District, my fellow appropriator and a dedicated public servant, Ms. Marcy Kaptur.
I thank you very much, the former and soon-to-be again chair of the Agricultural Subcommittee of Appropriations, Mr. Bishop. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of former First Lady Rosalyn Carter of Plains, Georgia. Born Eleanor Rosalyn Smith, she began dating a young naval cadet named James Earl Carter Jr. in 1945. The two were inseparable for nearly 8 years. Rosalyn Carter, beloved spouse of President Jimmy Carter and mother to their family and our nation, has blessed our republic for over 3/4 of a century. Her perpetual kindness, wisdom, faithfulness to family, community, and country are legendary. Her patriotism had no bounds. As First Lady of Georgia, and then our nation, she perseveringly and with her matter-of-fact manner elevated the plight of the mentally ill to national attention. I can recall as a farm wife, after her husband was elected president, the footage of her carrying her sewing machine into the White House, which stirred surprise and even criticism in some privileged quarters by people who had never worked with their hands. As she tried to show struggling families at home and abroad how to be more self-sufficient. As a White House urban policy staffer after the president was elected, I had the privilege of working with her, a fierce, caring ally, in neighborhood revitalization across our nation in some of the most forgotten corners of America. She was a lady in every sense of the word, but boy, was she determined She was gracious, erudite, persuasive, faith-filled, indefatigable, committed, and a true credit to our great nation. As others have mentioned, upon leaving the White House, she would go on to be involved in many worthy endeavors both abroad and at home. From hurricane relief to global aid for Africa to Habitat for Humanity building homes for those in need, and to founding the Carter Center, we all know the lasting legacy that Rosalyn and Jimmy Carter left for those who came after them and to future generations. History will treat them well because they helped build a better America and one with a kinder heart. Their lives of public service will be unmatched by any first family in our lifetimes and among the most consequential in our nation's history. May Rosalyn's spirit and memory comfort her husband, her family, the staff that served them ably, and all the millions of people the Carter family touched with healing and inspiration. May the angels of mercy carry her to a peaceful rest, and I am so honored to be able to pay tribute to her beautiful life here today. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains?
The gentleman has 24 minutes remaining.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Tennessee's 9th Congressional District, Representative Steve Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I appreciate the time. I don't do a lot of these, but when Congressman Bishop asked me to come and recognize and talk about Rosalyn Carter, I had no choice but to say yes. She was a marvelous woman, a marvelous human being, and a great First Lady. The epitome of what a spouse should be, what a mother should be, what a grandmother should be. She did live nearly a perfect life from what we know. She was just a giving person and a caring person. She was very devoted to her religion, and there was not any hypocrisy about her. She lived her life and took actions as the Bible would have taught her to do. She cared about others, and she gave her life to others. The last time I saw her was in Memphis when she was there with her husband. I guess it was 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a little more, and they were there for Habitat for Humanity. And they both got out in blue jeans and whatever, and their hammers and their nails and building houses. And she was with Jimmy and all those things, but she wanted to help people and give people a better opportunity. I've attended the visit to the Carter Center, and that's a great tribute to their years in the White House and what they did to try to make for a better world, which we all should, and they did. But I just had great regard for her. Last night I was at the White House for the Christmas party, and it was a marvelous, marvelous event. And Dr. Biden has done a great job in decorating the White House in the way that it should be, I guess, for people to see the beauty and the wonder of Christmas. But one of the photographs when I walked in was of Rosalyn Carter. And it was in the hallway when you walk in, and I had to stop and look at it on the way going in and on the way coming out. I made a point to go over and look at the name of the artist who'd photographed her, or painted her. I guess it was a painting. But it looked exactly like this, but that's what Rosalyn Carter looked like. And I thought, she's just the perfect expression of love and simplicity. And she belonged there. She belonged there so much. I appreciate what she gave to our country, and Jimmy Carter too. And I can mention Jimmy Carter in a way. I did have the opportunity once on a flight from Atlanta to D.C., a Delta flight, of course. Jimmy Carter was on the plane. He got up and he walked through and he shook hands with me. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool, the president shaking hands with me. And then I turned around and noticed he shook hands with every single person on the airplane because he wanted everybody to have the opportunity to know that they had shaken hands with the President of the United States. That's the way the Carters were. They wanted to share, they wanted to recognize individuals and give them what they had received in life, which is certain moments that they'll never forget and will hold dear. So Rosalyn Carter, I thank you for your life. I thank you for the service, which I watched just about all of, and wonderful expressions by children and grandchildren. Rendition of Imagine, Patricia Yearwood and Garth Brooks, which I think she would have appreciated. But thank you for your life, and thank you for what you gave America. And Sanford Bishop, thank you for inviting me to participate today. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for those words. Now, Mrs. Rosalyn Carter did so much in her lifetime, and she held many leadership positions throughout her life. She received numerous awards and recognitions for her work. She serves as the honorary chairperson of the Georgia Special Olympics 1971 to 1975, a member of the Menninger Foundation Board of Trustees 1986 to 2003, chair of the International Women Leaders for Mental Health, honorary fellow of the American Psychiatric Association, and board member emeritus of the National Mental Health Association. She was awarded the Dorothea Dix Award by the Mental Illness Foundation, the Jefferson Award for Greatest Public Service Benefiting the Disadvantaged, the Rhoda and Bernard Senat International Prize in Mental Health, and was inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame in 2001. Most notably, in 1999, Jimmy and Rosalyn Carter were jointly awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor, by President Bill Clinton. Rosalyn Carter was a great person, not because of the titles that she held, not because of the organizations that she served, but Rosalyn was great because, measured by the true standard of greatness set by Jesus, that he or she who is great among you shall be your servant, and he who is greatest shall be servant unto all. Certainly, without a doubt, Rosalyn Carter measures up. Mr. Speaker, in concluding this special order hour, I'd like to thank my colleague Austin Scott for working with me in order to organize today's event. I'd like to thank the members who joined us in commemorating the life and the legacy of former First Lady Rosalyn Carter. Though Rosalyn Carter has departed from this earth, countless Americans, in fact, countless people worldwide, will continue to have a better life because of her compassion, her dedication, and her public service. We will miss her dearly, but she will remain an inspiration for generations to come. To the Carter family, I want to extend my heartfelt condolences and prayers, and with that, I'd like to close by just reflecting on the fact that I attended the wreath-laying ceremony at Georgia Southwestern State University last week, and the memorial services for Rosalyn Carter held at the Glenn Memorial United Methodist Church at Emory University. During the event, several poignant eulogies were offered. But I'd like to close this special order by reading one that was special from her daughter, Amy Lynn Carter. She said, "My mom spent most of her life in love with my dad. Their partnership and love story was a defining feature of her life. Because he isn't able to speak to you today, I'm going to share some of his words about loving and missing her. This is from a letter he wrote 75 years ago while serving in the Navy. I quote, "My darling, every time I have ever been away from you, I have been thrilled when I returned to discover just how wonderful you are. While I'm away, I try to convince myself that you really are not, could not be, as sweet and beautiful as I remember. But when I see you, I fall in love with you all over again. Does that seem strange to you? Goodbye, darling, until tomorrow. Sir Thomas Gray wrote in his elegy in a country churchyard, full many a gem of purest ray serene, the dark, unfathomed caves of oceans bear. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen and waste its sweetness on the desert air. We are all so thankful that Rosalyn Smith Carter did not waste her sweetness on the desert air. But from Plains, Georgia, to the United States, for the state of Georgia, and throughout the world, and for all of humankind, she truly made a difference. And we have all been truly blessed by Rosalyn Smith Carter. And so as I close, I leave these words: to God be the glory for the life and the legacy of Rosalyn Smith Carter. With that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my colleague for spending time here on the floor of the House commemorating the life of former First Lady Carter. And we're reminded, as we heard his words, and as we've commemorated her life, the long-standing love affair and relationship between the First Lady and President Carter. Regardless of my disagreements with them on policy and on politics, two of the great public servants who committed to live out their faith, their Southern Baptist Christian faith, in real time, whether it was with Habitat for Humanity or in numerous other ways. And we're reminded of how important it is for those of us in public service to have our committed spouses, in my case, my committed wife, who is at home carrying out all of the task of keeping our family going with a 14-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter, and how we could not be here without them, and how honored we are by their sacrifices on our behalf, and cannot possibly convey what it means while we're up here doing the work of the people to have our wives or husbands back home supporting us from afar. And I would note that while commemorating our spouses, and in this case First Lady Carter, or the long-standing relationship between former President Bush and Barbara Bush, how important those relationships are for all of us in public service, I would also be remiss if we didn't talk about our mothers. My mama turned 75 last week, and I was not able to be here to wish her a happy birthday, so I'm going to wish her a happy belated birthday here a week later, and thank her for all she's done for me and all of her sacrifices, her love in raising me. We in my family believe in the American dream and believe in that generational transfer of love of this country and transfer of the work of one generation to the next. A generation that was working the fields, that then became a generation that was working in the factories, that became a generation that was then going to college, a generation that would then have a son that could go to law school, end up in the floor of the House of Representatives. And that is what is great about this country. That is what we need to restore about this country. And with that note, with respect to our love for our parents, our love for our moms, I would like to recognize my friend from New York, to be able to give him some time on the floor to commemorate the life of his mama. I yield such time as he may consume.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Roy, and thank you for your comments. I'm pleased to be joined by my wife, who has supported me through this journey in the gallery today. So I just say I love you, because I can do that in real time. Judith K. Allgwire was born in Duncan, Oklahoma. Her father was a self-educated carpenter who never finished high school. She changed schools frequently as their family chased the post-war housing boom all over the Southwest, and she landed in Roswell, New Mexico for her senior year in high school. She married at 18, narrowly missed earning a science degree in college, but instead took a job while she was 5 months pregnant right here in D.C. as a medical technician to allow her husband to attend law school. Working up to the moment of labor and returning to work just 2 weeks later would be par for the course. Whatever it takes. Family first, never counting the cost. What makes Judy remarkable is her powerful intellect. She reads medical journals for fun. Growing up poor, power and wealth doesn't impress her. Every person is measured by their own merits. Raising children made her funny. Well, humorous, I mean. Although you may understandably imagine the effects of 5 strong personalities and having to care for them. Perhaps Judy's most remarkable quality and the source of much of her renown is her generosity. Countless children have attended college, worn shoes, and been clothed, attended summer camp, and an endless number of anonymous blessings that flowed from her heart out to so many. Judith K. Allgaier Williams passed from this life into the next just this morning. She passed in peace, and more importantly, she passed into peace. I will miss my mom every day, but her humor, intelligence, and I hope her generosity will live on in me and in my siblings. God bless her. I yield back.
Well, I thank my friend from New York for his touching remarks about his mother. We'll be praying for you and your family, knowing that she's in a better place, knowing that we're all here for a brief period of time, and celebrating a life well lived. And I'm sure she was proud to see you on the floor of the House of Representatives. And we will honor her life by doing our job. And to that point, you heard my friend from New York, Mr. Williams, talking about the life of his family. And it reflected what I started talking about, that generational transfer of the American dream, the extent to which one generation sacrifices so the next can live that American dream. My grandmother, who was a single mom in West Texas, with my father, who was a 7-year-old who was stricken with polio, and she had just lost her husband, my grandfather, to cancer. And she didn't run around asking for help. She didn't say, "Where's the government?" She got a second job. She woke up at 4 a.m. She did all of the rehab my father needed so that he could walk, got him through polio, became the first woman elected county clerk in Nolan County, Texas. She wasn't running around asking for some sort of handouts because her father was an orphan, the bastard child of somebody that we don't know. We believe to have been American Indian in Mississippi, and was sitting out in an orphanage and then moves to West Texas to figure out how to build a family, build the American dream, farm. And that's where my grandmother grew up. She didn't ask for people to be giving her something because her family wasn't treated right, or she drew a short straw because her husband died of cancer or her son had polio. She just worked. She just did what you're supposed to do. And that core aspect of the American dream is what currently is increasingly unattainable for the vast majority of Americans. Too many Americans today are looking out and saying, "I cannot live as my parents and my grandparents did. I can't afford to buy a house because interest rates are so high and houses are so high. I can't afford to buy a car. I can't afford to buy groceries. I can't figure out how to manage to keep my family safe and secure in my own home and communities. They're looking out across the future and over the horizon, and for the first time in really our history, Americans are questioning whether this country will exist for their kids and grandkids, whether their kids and grandkids will be able to have a better life than they did. That is unacceptable. But yet that is what we currently face. And I want to be very clear. This is the direct consequence of radical leftist positions by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this body, in the other chamber, and in the White House. It is the direct consequence of Democrats who refuse to sit down at the table to constrain spending when we need to secure the border of the United States, to determine a foreign policy that is built on national security interests of the United States and not the fad of wearing a pin. They don't want to work with us on how to have a military focused on doing its job rather than radical social engineering to re-engineer the Department of Defense. They don't want to sit down and work with us to ensure that we are able to have the energy that we need to power our homes affordably. All these things that I'm rattling off are actual existential threats that our country faces. Spending. We are $34 trillion in debt. Nobody possibly knows what $34 trillion of debt means. But I can tell you what it means in terms of annual interest. We are now about to be spending more in interest on our debt than to fund the national defense of the United States. Imagine that. How can a country succeed? How can we sustain if we are paying more for interest on our own debt because of our irresponsible spending than on defending our country? Yet that's what we're doing. This year we're spending $2 trillion more than we take in, and we're doing nothing to stop it. Republicans are trying to hold the line on spending. We get no support from our Democratic colleagues. Speaker Johnson is trying to hold the line against a Senate that wants to keep spending more money. Democratic colleagues who want to spend more money. And a few of my own Republican colleagues who want to spend more money. The Speaker should be congratulated. He should be praised for holding the line on spending. But we need to finish the job. And Republicans need to unite around the Speaker of the House to send a loud message to our Democratic colleagues and a loud message to the American people that we're no longer going to continue to spend money we don't have, destroying the American dream, driving up inflation, driving up interest rates, leveraging our own security to the rest of the world, and making it to where the American dollar is worth nothing. We have an obligation to hold the line on spending. Are we going to fight? Are we going to stop the deal making, the backroom deals, the side deals? In this instance, the $54 billion of side deals that my Democratic colleagues expect Republicans to pack into a spending bill in order to buy their votes. Republicans should say no to side deals and gimmicks that blow the lid off of spending. Republicans should say no to unfunded supplemental spending for wars, no matter how meritorious. Do I believe we should help Israel? You bet. Did Republicans on this floor, with the leadership of Speaker Johnson, send $14 billion over to the Senate to fund Israel? Yes, we did. Was it paid for? Yes, it was. It was paid for out of money set aside to expand the IRS to target Americans. Democrats on a party line vote in the Senate killed that bill. Democrats in the Senate are more interested in siding with the IRS, expanding the IRS to target American citizens, than they are to stand with Israel or to be fiscally responsible by taking money already appropriated and moving it over to pay for an emergency. That emergency being our friends being assaulted, our friends in Israel being attacked, with young women being brutally raped, babies being killed, babies being kidnapped, innocent civilians shot in the streets. We saw it with our own eyes. And yet we have colleagues on the other side of the aisle who don't want to talk about that. They want to brush aside, oh, we can't talk about rape. We need to balance that, we're told, by the progressive left. Republicans stood up alongside our friends in Israel. We passed a bill that would fund them. We sent it to the Senate, and Democrats in the Senate chose the IRS over Israel. Are we going to do our job to spend responsibly? We have a choice to make. When the funding of the government runs out in January and early February, we have a choice to make. And I hope Republicans in this body will hold the line and force Republicans and Democrats alike in the Senate to stop spending money we don't have, mortgaging the futures of our kids and grandkids. That's one existential threat. That alone is worth throwing everything we have at this place to fight, to stop spending money we don't have, to hold the line on piling up debt. But there's another existential threat: wide open borders. Our borders right now are in crisis. Just today, video footage of breached border wall surfaced of illegal migrants rushing through an opening of the border wall with their human smuggler shrugging and just saluting the camera. We have no rules at the southern border now. We have no border. We have people from all over the world bum rushing the border of the United States from terrorist countries, criminals, people on the terrorist watch list, millions that have been released into the United States under this administration. And the people on border states like my home state of Texas are the ones left holding the bag. Or in this case, Arizona. Yesterday, the port of entry in Lukeville, Arizona, shut down. A port of entry had to be shut down because Border Patrol could not handle the mass flood of migrants coming across the border. Last Monday morning, more than 5,000 migrants were in custody, far more than Lukeville's holding capacity. I got notices from people just today in Eagle Pass in Del Rio, people flooding into Texas, Border Patrol overwhelmed. Last Thursday, while transporting illegal migrants, a human smuggler's car caught fire while driving 100 miles per hour through Kinney County, Texas, near where I live. We can fix that. We can secure the border. We can do it in a matter of weeks. There's no magic. All we need to do is enforce the laws and fix some of the laws that have some loopholes. House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill we've ever passed. We sent it to the Senate, and it's sitting there. And they refuse to take it up because Senate Democrats, like my House Democrat colleagues, want open borders. They don't believe in sovereignty. They don't believe that we should have a sovereign nation. They believe in world orders. They believe that anybody can come here without following our laws. Our bill expanded critical protections by fixing parole and asylum abuses that are being used by the administration to allow people to come in against both the spirit and the letter of the law. We have turnaway authority, and we empower state AGs to sue. We fix the abuses for unaccompanied children. We treat all children like we currently do with Mexico and Canada, which would save little children from getting sold into the sex trafficking trade. By the thousands, little kids getting abused because my Democrat colleagues want to cynically use open borders as a political stunt and for political power. But yet right now in Texas, in I-35, going up through the gut of Texas or across I-10, There are stash houses littered in San Antonio, littered in Houston, littered in El Paso and Dallas, filled with children getting abused. 1,000 migrants died along the southern border last year, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just sit back and do nothing. We've acted. Republicans have acted. We sent legislation to the Senate, and Senate Democrats are doing nothing. Existential threat one, spending. We're acting. We're acting responsibly. House and Senate Democrats refuse to join with us. Existential threat number two, our border. House Republicans have acted. We've sent a bill over to the Senate. It sits there. The president ignores it. While Texans die from fentanyl poisonings, Americans die from fentanyl poisonings. Our homes, our hospitals, our schools get overrun. Migrants die. Migrants get sold in the sex trafficking trade. Cartels get empowered. China gets empowered. Also, my Democrat colleagues can pat themselves on the back in the false name of compassion, saying that open borders are good for migrants when it is a lie. Existential threat number three. American energy dominance, American energy independence, American energy freedom is being destroyed minute by minute, hour by hour by an administration and Democrat colleagues in this chamber and in the Senate that are undermining our ability to produce American clean-burning natural gas, American nuclear power, reliable power that we need to fuel ourselves and the world. Legislation we have on the floor this week that my Democratic colleagues refuse in lockstep to support would stop the tyrannical overreach by the executive branch to set a new rule requiring electric vehicles to be about 2/3 of the fleet by 2032. Now, why does that matter? Does the average American know that an electric vehicle takes basically the same amount of electricity as your air conditioner to charge up? Have they thought through the fact that if you have an electric vehicle in North Dakota or in Alaska, it freezes up and takes an entire battery charge just to thaw it? Have they thought through what happens if you are living in West Texas and it's a 400-mile drive and you need a 200-mile recharge? Have they thought through the fact that the average electric vehicle costs $16,000 more than the internal combustion engine? Have they thought through that if you eliminate every internal combustion engine in America, it would be less than 1% impact on CO2 production? Because China has 1,100 coal-fired plants, America has 250. India and China are spewing out CO2 at increasing rates. We are unilaterally disarming and undermining our own economic strength, well-being, our own economic prosperity, our own energy freedom, all in the false name of pursuing unicorn energy theories by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that are killing the average American family, killing their budgets, and now on steroids, existential threat. All of these EVs, those supply chains start now. Toyota, General Motors, Ford, they're all going to be pumping out electric vehicles starting now. They're piling up on lots because the American people can't afford them. The American people don't want them right now. They can't get them charged. They cost more. You want to know why you can't afford stuff at home? This. What are we going to do about it? It is an existential threat to your way of life, America. What are your representatives going to do about an executive branch that is doing this unilaterally using executive power? House Republicans are acting. House Democrats will not support it. The Senate will not advance it. And you will be left stranded, literally and figuratively, without the ability to get a vehicle to power your lives, your family, your jobs, advance prosperity, and achieve the American dream. Also, people can feel good about themselves that they've done something for the environment, which they never did. CO2 is going to continue to be spewed out. We have wind and solar being subsidized to the tune of $1 trillion. My Democratic colleagues last August passed a bill that will subsidize $1 trillion for EVs, for massive solar farms, for massive wind farms, almost all of that money going to billion-dollar corporations, mostly white elite liberals who like to pat themselves on the back while they drive their Tesla around and they feel good about themselves and they drink some wine and eat some cheese, talk about how they're making the world a better place. And it's doing none of that. Zero. But I can tell you what it is doing. It's crippling the American dream for young people. It is making hardworking Americans unable to afford their job. If you're a painter or a plumber or an electrician, if you're a teacher, if you clean houses, how in the hell can you afford an electric vehicle that costs $16,000 more? And then Gavin Newsom in California says, oh crap, we don't have enough power today because we're all wind and solar. So guess what? Between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m., you can't charge your car. You think that's made up? That actually happened. That's the world my Democratic colleagues want you to live in. One with mountains of debt, with open borders, with fentanyl pouring in, expensive cars, and they'll admit it. That's the amazing part. It's so brazen, they admit it. When we challenge them in the Rules Committee or on the floor, they admit it. The Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, literally admitted we're going to have to force pain on American families to achieve production and promotion of electric vehicles. Pain. While China builds 2 new coal-fired plants a week, and we do nothing but cede our ground to China, subsidize solar panels in China, which, by the way, where do they get the minerals for solar panels? Where do they get the minerals for batteries? Child labor, cobalt mines, where children are exploited. Where are my colleagues with their bleeding hearts when these children are being exploited for cobalt mines? Oh, Chip, it doesn't fit the narrative. Oh, we're the compassionate ones. We're the green ones. We're living in our little unicorn land where everything is hunky-dory. Meanwhile, we've empowered our enemies, weakened our economy, made it impossible for people to achieve the American dream, so you have to go beg for more American government funding. That is not the American dream I started this speech with when my colleague from New York was regaling his mom, who passed away today, and that generational transfer of the American dream. It is not the American dream of my grandmother as a single mom in West Texas raising my polio-stricken father after losing her husband to cancer. She wasn't asking for handouts. She wasn't asking for subsidies for some electric vehicle. She just got up and did her dang job. That's the American dream that we want to pass down to our kids and grandkids. But it's being taken away. And these are, I cannot overstate, these are existential threats. They are killing the American dream. Debt, spending money we don't have. Borders wide open, endangering us, killing our kids, killing migrants, increasing the sex trafficking trade, empowering cartels. Energy. Instead of having the dominance and independence to push back on China and Russia, growing our economy, affordable, competitive automobiles, reliable power, fueling grids, creating economic growth. True all of the above, where the market determines whether wind and solar or nuclear or coal or gas can create the best mix of power supply. Export liquefied natural gas. drive CO2 down with clean burning American energy. We're not doing that. We're passing regulation after regulation unilaterally by an executive branch engaged in tyranny, the very tyranny the founders warned us about, wrote about, and told us in Federalist 58 we should use the power of the purse to stop. Which is my question for my Republican colleagues. Will we use the power of the purse to stop an out-of-control Democrat administration, a recalcitrant Democrat Senate, and our Democrat colleagues in the House who are totally comfortable letting the American dream get totally destroyed with existential threat after existential threat? Those aren't the only ones. What about health care? I would note that a dear friend of mine, a constituent, recently diagnosed with cancer. She got her coverage through Obamacare. What many Americans don't know is that if you're a member of Congress, we are required to have our health care through Obamacare. Not some gold-plated fancy thing everybody accuses us of. No, we get Obamacare. Well, neither my constituent battling cancer nor myself, who fought cancer and won 12 years ago, can go back to MD Anderson. She cannot go to MD Anderson for the first time under Obamacare, the best cancer hospital in the world. Suddenly, coverage doesn't sound that good, does it? Suddenly, the Obamacare mandates that have radically driven up the price of health care, radically consolidated the healthcare industry, radically enriched the insurance companies, radically enriched hospital corporations, radically enriched pharmaceutical companies. Suddenly all of that stuff doesn't sound so good when you wake up and you want to go to the doctor and you're told, sorry, you're not on the plan. That's the fact. Americans, family of four, spend about $25,000 of their own money or the corporate match for health insurance. But it's not insurance. It's crappy managed care, where your insurance company picks your doctors, your winners, your losers, tells you what you can do and can't do, why you have to pay an expensive deductible or an expensive copay. 76 Obamacare marketplace, insurers are proposing to increase their rates by more than 10%, even now. 8 want to go by more than 25%. Let me be clear. Our health care system is a complete and total failure. It is a failure, made only worse by Obamacare. We can fix it. Republicans have plans to fix it. If Republicans will grab the mantle and run on it fearlessly with expanded health savings accounts, allowing you to use that money tax-free to go into a marketplace and shop for legitimate, affordable insurance, legitimate direct primary care with doctors you can call up day and night, like the old black-back doctors that would come to your house, a burgeoning industry, health sharing ministries that defray costs, the ability to go out and compete and save. There is a massive explosion of technological benefits that we can now tap into if we were to empower patients and doctors rather than bureaucrats and health insurance administrators. We can blow the lid off of it, drive prices down, save our ability to honor our commitments on Medicare by getting prices down, if we'll just do it. But instead, we sit around and we run into the corner saying, oh, Democrats will say something about pre-existing conditions. We are all walking pre-existing conditions. We're humans. So set up a system that will work for that. And the best system is one in which I can take dollars and go get health care from a willing provider of that care. and find a way to make sure that insurance is available in the catastrophic situation in which you can no longer afford to pay for the care. It's the best model across all of the different options. And we can do it. But we've got to have the willingness to do it. But instead, we are sitting here with existential threat 1, massive debt. Existential threat 2, wide open borders, killing our sovereignty and killing our kids and our communities. Existential threat 3, American energy getting destroyed, sacrificed on the altar to the almighty gods of green energy and unicorn energy. Existential threat 4, healthcare, bankrupting American families, bankrupting your ability to go to the doctor of your choice, bankrupting the number of physicians we even have available because nobody wants to go into this godforsaken industry run by insurance companies. Yes, the corporate cronyism replete in this town where we just throw money at big corporations. We empower the insurance bureaucrats to run our health care. Is there a stupider possible way to create health systems? I can't think of it. Finally, existential threat number 5, and there are more. Our national defense. Republicans passed the strongest national defense authorization that I've seen in my years of public service and certainly in my time in Congress. It would refocus our military on its core mission, which is to be trained to, if called upon, kill people and blow stuff up. That's what it's there for. It's not there to go build soccer fields. It's not there to go promote social engineering. It's there to defend us. We passed the defense bill that would end the unlawful Biden DOD taxpayer-funded abortion tourism bill, regulations. It would end the taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries at the Pentagon. It would end the radical climate agenda being implemented at the Department of Defense that I've already addressed in the market that is being embraced by the Pentagon so that we can have EVs rolling around our defense complex. Hold on, guys, stop shooting while we plug our car in. Hey, we need to charge the tank up. Give us a second. Looking forward to the battery-powered jets. We assist service members who were discharged for refusing the COVID-19 vaccine. Our Department of Defense is now begging them to come back because recruiting levels are so bad. We end radical critical race theories and diversity, equity, inclusion. We create an inspector general for Ukraine and accountability. We prohibit race-based admissions at military academies. We refocus our military on its core mission and get rid of the social engineering. Our Democrat colleagues wouldn't support it. Our colleagues in the Senate won't advance it. So here we sit. They demand that our defense be a radical social engineering experiment rather than a lean, mean fighting machine to defend the United States of America. That is an existential threat. It is. Education is a threat. The litany of regulatory morass in this town, all a threat. But right now I'm just focusing on debt, on our borders being wide open, on our destruction of American energy dominance and freedom, on our broken healthcare system destroying the American dream and the inability to access doctors, and a defense that has been turned into a social engineering experiment instead of defending the United States. Each one of these things represents a clear and present danger to our well-being as a nation and as a people. It is our job, it is our duty to stand up and fight. I call on my Democrat colleagues to stop putting your head in the sand and ignoring your duty to address these existential threats. Stop being a roadblock to the great bills and the great efforts of Republicans that we're moving to pass over to the Senate and send to the White House. But yes, I have to say to my Republican colleagues, when you predictably see our Democratic colleagues refuse to work with us, don't cave. Don't capitulate. Hold the line. Pick one fight, two fights that we can go deliver for the American people, that we can go home and look them in the eye. I don't care about the campaigns. I don't care about the ads. I don't care about any of that garbage. I care about looking at my 14-year-old son and my 12-year-old daughter, or my 81-year-old father and my 75-year-old mother, or a veteran who has fought for this country and is wounded and hurting. I want to look them in the eye, and my constituents who sent me here to fight, and I want to be able to say, we delivered, we fought, we forced the president at the table, and we made him secure the border, we made him restore sovereignty, we did our job. We held the line on spending, we reduced spending year over year, we ended the gimmicks, we stopped the games, we set the table for us to try to balance the budget, do our job to stop racking up debt. We restored energy freedom. We opened up American natural gas. We stopped the regulations that were going to kill our country. We stopped the mandates on electric vehicles that are going to destroy the American dream and drive up the price of automobiles. We stopped the wokeification and destruction of the American military that's driving down recruiting and making it to where our military morale is at its low point. We stood up and we fought for health care freedom so that you can go to the doctor of your choice, so that you can care for your family, so that you can make decisions, so that you can afford the care, so that you can look at your kids and your loved ones in the eye and be able to take them to get that care without calling some bureaucrat on a phone and hoping. It is our calling, it is our job, it is the reason we run for Congress. These are existential threats, and they deserve the level of attention and fight and dedication that we campaign on. They deserve us to do what we said we would do. Is that asking too much? That we campaign on doing these things, and then we come here and we actually do them? It is long past time for excuses. It is time to meet the moment. It is time to rise to the challenge, to do our job, to make the people's house great again, to make Congress great again, to restore the balance of power, and to stand up and deliver for the American people so that we can, in fact, save the American dream for our kids and our grandkids. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back the approximately 8 minutes I have remaining.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.